सामने की टेबल बड़ा बड़ा उधर से
I, Soumya Mohandas,
And I, Saurabh Rathi,
deem it our great privilege to welcome you all on behalf of Nicmar University, Pune, to the Aspire 2.0 Global Alumni Meet 2025.
today we celebrate the strong bonds that tie us together, the legacy, achievements, and enduring spirit of our esteemed alumni who have been an integral part of Nicmar's journey towards excellence. This meet is not just an event, it's a homecoming, a moment to reconnect and rekindle the bond that has always defined our Nicmar family. We are honored to have amongst us some of the brightest minds from diverse sectors who will share their experiences and insights to inspire the next generation of Nicmarians.
Over 4 decades, Nicmar has nurtured leaders, innovators, and trailblazers who have made remarkable contribution to the CRIP industry. Today, as we gather here, we reaffirm our commitment to excellence, collaboration, and lifelong learning. This alumni meet is a testament to the strength of our ever-growing network and the invaluable relationship that extend beyond the boundaries of this campus. It is an opportunity to engage, share, and celebrate the journeys that have shaped us. Let us embrace the nostalgia, cherish the connections, and create new memories as we embark on this incredible day of reunions, discussions, and celebrations. Welcome home, dear alumni.
On this special occasion, we are honored to invite our distinguished guest, Dr. Anil Kashyap, Director General of Nicmar, Dr. Sushma S. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor of Nicmar University, Pune, our Chief Guest, Dr. Mangesh Korgaonkar, Member, Chairman's Board of Advisors, Nicmar Trust, Nicmar Universities, and other institutions, Dr. Jonardhan Koner, Dean, Career Services, International Affairs, and Alumni Relations, Dr. Vandana Bhavsar, Head, Alumni Relations, Mr. Manan Gupta, Director, Free Spans Design Build Private Limited, and Founding Director, Agni, Mr. Yayati Kene, Co-founder and CEO, Amla Realty, and Founding Director, Agni, and Mr. Amit Mirajkar, Founding Director, Atavika Interiors Private Limited, and Founding Director, Agni, to kindly join us on the days to inaugurate the Aspire 2.0 Global Alumni Meet 2025 by lighting the ceremonial lamp and invoking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. We request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais.
With the ceremonial lamp now lit, symbolizing wisdom, knowledge, and the bright future that lies ahead, we officially embark on this grand occasion, the Aspire 2.0 Global Alumni Meet 2025.
Nicmar has always stood as a beacon of excellence, shaping leaders, driving innovation, and nurturing a legacy built on knowledge, values, and vision. As we come together to celebrate this proud heritage and our collective journey, let us now rise for the Nicmar anthem, a tribute to the spirit that unites us all.
विद्या की ये कर्म भूमि है, सब ज्ञानों का सार है। शान से कहते हैं जिसको अपना प्यारा निकमार है। यहाँ बसने वालों के रग रग में बहता सच्चा प्यार है। शान से कहते हैं जिसको अपना प्यारा निकमार है, अपना प्यारा निकमार है। एक नए प्रयास की खोज में हर सुबह यहाँ पर होती है। एक नए इतिहास की खोज में हर शाम यहाँ पर ढलती है। हर रात जहाँ पर होती है विचारों की टकरार है। शान से कहते हैं जिसको अपना प्यारा निकमार है, अपना प्यारा निकमार है। ये वक्त है अपना साथी, कल भी है अपना। ये साथ है आपका साथी, सच्ची राह दिखलाना। निकमार के हैं हम बंदे सभी, नव भारत का इरादा है। आओ साथ में हम गाएं, हम समय परिवर्तन का, हम समय परिवर्तन का। मंजिल हमारी दूर सही राहों को बनाने आए हैं। कांटों भरी राहें चाहे हो, हम फूल बिछाने आए हैं। बुद्धि और कौशल से होगा दुखों का यहाँ संहार है। शान से कहते हैं जिसको अपना प्यारा निकमार है, अपना प्यारा निकमार है। हम भी तो निकमार है, हमसे ही निकमार है। हाँ हम ही निकमार है, हम ही तो निकमार है।
We now move forward to honoring the distinguished dignitaries gracing our stage today. Their visionary leadership and unwavering commitment have played a pivotal role in shaping Nicmar's legacy of excellence.
At the outset, we invite Dr. Anil Kashyap, Dr. Sushma Kulkarni, Dr. Jonardhan Koner, and Dr. Vandana Bhavsar to kindly come forward and felicitate our distinguished guests. We request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Mangesh Korgaonkar Sir, Member, Chairman's Board of Advisors, Nicmar Trust, Nicmar Universities, and other institutions to kindly accept the honor. Thank you, sir.
We now request Dr. Jonardhan Koner to kindly felicitate Dr. Anil Kashyap, Director General of Nicmar. Thank you, sir. May we now request Dr. Vandana Bhavsar to kindly felicitate Dr. Sushma Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor of Nicmar University, Pune. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, can you come? Sir.
We request Dr. Sushma Kulkarni to kindly felicitate Mr. Yayati Kene, Founding Director, Agni.
आ जाओ सर।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We now request Dr. Jonathan Koner to kindly felicitate Mr. Manan Gupta, founding director, Agni. Thank you, sir. We request Dr. Vandana Bhavsar to kindly felicitate Mr. Amit Mirajkar, founding director, Agni. Thank you all. We are honored to have these esteemed dignitaries with us today. At the outset, it is our pleasure to introduce Dr. Anil Kashyap, Director General of Nicmar, to you all. Professor Anil Kashyap is an academic leader, eminent scholar, and an expert in the field of infrastructure, urban regeneration, and real estate research. He has 30 years of experience in practice, academia, and research, both in India and abroad. Dr. Kashyap holds a PhD from the University of Ulster, United Kingdom, and is also an alumnus of Harvard University with training in higher education leadership and change management. He is a fellow of the Higher Education University of the United Kingdom. Dr. Kashyap always had a passion for academia from his early career days and was awarded Ulster University Fellowship for his PhD. Ulster University appointed him faculty in the School of Built Environment with the responsibility of Director of Teaching and Learning in 2008. He has extensive experience in innovative curriculum design. Dr. Kashyap has published over 100 papers in peer-reviewed journals and international and national conferences till date. He has supervised 5 PhD and has been an examiner for PhD students in India and the United Kingdom. In his leadership roles, Dr. Kashyap has been head of University of the West of England, Bristol, School of Geography and Environmental Management, deputy head of Coventry University, School of Energy, Environment and Construction, and founding professor and director of Rick's School of Real Estate before joining Nicmar as the Director General in September 2021. His vision for Nicmar University Pune is to raise the profile as a nationally and internationally recognized higher education institution, offering specialized undergraduate, postgraduate, PhD, and executive education programs. Sir, we invite you to deliver your welcome address.
Good morning, Nicmar. Dignitaries on the dais, our chief guest of today's event, Dr. Mangesh Korgaonkar ji, Dr. Shushma Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, Nicmar University, Dr. Koner, and the office bearers of Agni, Manan, Yati, and Amit. Really warm welcome to today's Alumni Meet 2025 at Nicmar University Pune campus here in Pune. It is my true honor and privilege to welcome you all on this special occasion of our Alumni Meet on the campus. As a chief patron of Nicmar Alumni Association and on behalf of Board of Agni and its steering committee, I extend my heartfelt greetings to each of you, and let us begin with a round of applause for all of you who have traveled across and being part of today's event. As Director General of Nicmar, I am really overwhelmed and take pride and joy to see you all. And many of you are familiar faces. I have met you in previous events and in formal occasions as well as informally as well. And I think this bond has solidified, and today your presence here is a testimony of that bond, and we are here together for today, and we are celebrating our day with lots of activities, engagement, and the thought leadership going forward for Alumni Association. Let me take a moment to share some updates from Nicmar. From Nicmar side, I am really pleased to say that Nicmar is thriving. Nicmar is growing steadily. Nicmar is growing leaps and bounds in quality and in its reach as well. We are moving ahead, and we are moving ahead with a really high head and passion amongst us to take Nicmar to new heights. I would start from here. I just sat with the, in this auditorium, and many of you have been visiting this campus and the building first time. I think after you graduated, this is one of the key additions under the leadership of Dr. Korgaonkar. He laid the foundation before COVID, and I think in his presence, I think we have, he deserves really a round of applause for creating such a facility here. And everybody, sir, enjoys this auditorium. This vision of creating this auditorium is really great. And we have been, for the last 4 years since its inauguration, everybody is enjoying that. That is something in past, but going in the future, if you step outside, there will be a new building coming up, and you will see a 13-story new building on its campus with a footprint of 125,000 square feet of space, with provision of 2 levels in the labs and 3D printing facilities, a top floor for the corporate office, and the middle floors having lots of classrooms, teaching facilities, conference rooms, faculty spaces, as well as a wonderful library with a mezzanine floor, and it will be state-of-the-art building with a precast, and it will be looking at like a living laboratory with all the services going through the building, exposed for our students to look at and experience how HVAC and MEP and other facilities are running in a building and are being operated. This was a thought when we were designing this building. So that's new addition on the campus. Also, the university status of Hyderabad campus. Many of you would be associated with Hyderabad campus and represented by Professor Parmada here. Hyderabad campus is now a brand new University of Construction Studies. Some of you might be from Delhi NCR campus, and now we have got Delhi NCR as a standalone campus approved by AICTE, providing postgraduate diploma and postgraduate certificate in management from 2024 onwards, and we have a presence in Delhi as Nicmar. In addition to that, many labs and infrastructure and new academic programs have been added. I'm sure Dr. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, would be alluding to some of these new additions. And also, we have new people. We have got, after perhaps you left, you would see almost 25 to 30 new faculty and new leaders in our campus teaching our students in last 4 years or so. And that is new addition, and we are planning to add similar numbers in this coming year as well. So these are some of the highlights which I thought in a brief welcome would like to tell about those things and make you feel proud, and us proud of what Nicmar is and has been doing and what it would be adding and what kind of journey we are on. Coming back to alumni meet, it is a meet of not merely a reunion, it is a celebration of our shared journey, a recognition of your achievements, an opportunity to strengthen the lifelong bond that unites us as members of Nicmar community. The purpose of this gathering goes beyond nostalgia. It is about acknowledging impact you have made since graduating, whether in shaping the built environment, leading innovations, serving society, or simply living a life of fulfillment and purpose. Your success is our pride, and your contributions are shaping not just the profession, but also the larger world around us. Today is also a moment to reconnect with peers, members, and the campus itself. It is a chance to observe the transformation of Nicmar, which has undergone over the years, and to reflect on how far we have come along together. I understand how valuable your time is, and I'm deeply grateful to all of you that you have taken this time out of your busy schedule. I can assure you that the experiences, conversations, and memories you take home today will make it more worthwhile. Also, let me take this opportunity to thank you all for upholding the values and ethos of Nicmar in your personal and professional life. The foundation you have built here has empowered you, and in turn, you have empowered others. That is the true legacy of this institution. We are really proud of it. As we come together today, let us not only cherish our past, but also look ahead for collaboration, for mentorship, to build the vibrant and dynamic alumni network, build the institution. We have a huge task to shape the new campuses, new universities. Nicmar Pune has for last 4 years has taken some direction, but Hyderabad and NCR Delhi campus still need your vision, need your guidance, need your direction, how to shape the institution, link the industry with academia, and continue Nicmar at a higher level to serve the society and the community. I encourage you all to remain connected with each other and also with your teachers and with Nicmar. Let us continue to learn, grow, and inspire, and we always have learned from each other and been a member of this vibrant community. Thank you once again, and welcome to today's alumni meet. It is really remarkable to see many faces which are really familiar, and I'm always happy to see them all and welcome them all in all forums. And now let us celebrate this reunion and make the memories that will last lifelong, and you will remember this day when you go back as well. Thank you, and very welcome to Nicmar Alumni Meet 2025. Look forward to talking to you and seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address and for sharing a vision that continues to strengthen the bond between Nicmar and its proud alumni.
It is our immense pleasure to introduce our honorable chief guest, Dr. Mangesh Kurgaonkar, to all of you. Dr. Kurgaonkar is an eminent academician with several years of academic experience at reputed national institutes like IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Bombay. He has also wide work and consulting experience in industry, public sector, and in many other reputed institutes in India and abroad. He was the former Director General of Nicmar, significantly transforming the institute into a multi-campus, multi-program leader institute in the field of postgraduate education and training and research in construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management. He was instrumental in the establishment of Nicmar universities at Pune and Hyderabad. He was a professor at IIM Ahmedabad, ICICI Chair Professor and Head, Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, IIT Bombay, Director, Kirloskar Institute of Advanced Management Studies, Harihar, Professor and Advisor, SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, Advisor and Group Executive, Bharat Heavy Earth Movers Limited, Advisor, L&T Limited, and Visiting Professor, Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok. Besides a large number of publications in national and international journals of high repute, he has consulted for industrial and government organizations. He has conducted a very large number of executive development programs for executives from India and abroad, from public and private sector organizations and government departments.
Dr. Kurgaonkar has been on governing councils, academic councils, senate, and advisory boards of several institutions. He has been conferred with the Outstanding Goan Engineering Worldwide by the Government of Goa in 2024, Intellectual of the Year 2020 Award, Certificate of Excellence from Rifacimento International, New Delhi 2021, Asia Pacific Educationist Award, and a Certificate of Excellence in Education from International Institute of Education and Management 2020, Bharat Vidya Gaurav Gold Medal Award from International Business Council 2020, Visionary Leader Award by CMO Asia, Singapore, Gold Star Asia International Award 2019 by National and International Compendium, Vietnam, First Distinguished Fellow Award by PMI India, Best Professor Award at IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Bombay, Best Educationist Award by International Institute of Education and Management, New Delhi in 2017.
Dr. Kurgaonkar has also been the recipient of several other scholastic and other awards alike. Having around 5 decades of experience in education, he has also carried out assignments for government agencies including AICTE, NBA, UPSC, Planning Commission, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, and international agencies including UNDP, UNEP, UNESCO, World Bank, and STEPAN. He has also functioned as the chairman, State Technical Education Council, Goa, and has authored a book titled Just-in-Time Manufacturing. Sir, it is an honor to have you amongst us today. We invite you to address the gathering.
Please take your seat. I've come here, I think, after a fair bit of time. Don't exactly recall how much time is it. But when you return after a fair bit of time, you sort of wonder, is everything all right with me? Have I dressed properly? Is my tie in proper shape? And so on, those kinds of things. So please bear me if some of my attire that you see is not in proper shape and all. Distinguished dignitaries here, Chancellor of the Nicmar University, Pune, and Director General Nicmar Trust, Dr. Anil Kashyap, Vice Chancellor of Nicmar Pune University, Dr. Sushma Kulkarni. I don't have with me the names of all our very distinguished alumni who are here, but all of you, very distinguished people here on the dais, and Dr. Konar, who has been such a friend for me for a very, very long period of time. She has just not been a colleague, but a very, very dear friend. And if I am here today, apart from, of course, Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, I think substantial credit for my being today must go to Dr. Konar. When I'm here, I really feel like a Nicmarian. And it's very difficult to get Nicmarian out of my system, and I think it will probably never go. Although, of course, I spent substantial periods of time, as was told earlier, in other very, very good and very distinguished institutions like the IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Bombay. So the other day when Dr. Konar came and requested me to deliver a speech as a chief guest, 1 or 2 questions arose in my mind. First of all, what do I say as a chief guest? And the other question for me was, what is a chief guest after all? All of us are guests, and I am one of those guests. It's very difficult to distinguish between a chief guest and the other guests. So I look at myself as one of those guests, just like all of you are. And the other is, what do I speak? Now please understand my dilemma, if I were to mention. When I was here in Nicmar, if I have to deliver a 25-minute speech, I could spend substantial period of time talking about Nicmar. But now I cannot talk about it. And since I cannot talk about Nicmar, what do I talk in 25 minutes? That really is a challenge. But then I am an academic. Academics love challenges of this type. Particularly, you ask them to speak on something, and they will quickly work at it and deliver something. So I have made an honest effort to try and spell out some of my thoughts, essentially for you as alumni of the Institute, nothing more than that. Whatever I'm going to say here is specifically with reference to the role of alumni. For me, as partly somebody who laid the foundations of Nicmar in some way, there is always a kind of a nostalgia of a founder. Nostalgia is a good word and also a bad word. Particularly, I don't particularly like too much to look into the past, as Dr. Kashyap was saying earlier. I think we need to always look forward. And nostalgia takes us a little bit into the past. And there is very little anyway that I recall of that past. But I'm going to say something about that. There's always an urge to recall episodes and experiences that happened when I was here. And there are so many of them. After all, you are head of an institution, so therefore there are bound to be episodes or experiences. Third, when you're building an institution almost from the scratch as it were, there are trials. Please note, there are tribulations. And of course, at the end of it, there are also some triumphs. So I've gone through all that. So this is a good journey of trials, tribulations, and triumphs. And there is pride and privilege of looking back with some ecstasy that what you aspired for, or what you broadly call as vision, whatever you envisioned for the institution, some of it at least you are seeing before your eyes. Now, nostalgia for me comprises some strange encounters. Strange encounters which I had at the entry, strange encounters at the governing boards, strange encounters with students, faculty, staff, strange encounters with industry, academia, regulators, and strange encounters in my family as well. Now, strange encounter, I'm going to give little illustrations of each one of these. Strange encounter at entry. When I first entered this campus as Director General, as I was appointed, I was looking for a cabin for me. And I have to admit, I did not have a cabin. So we had a director here, and he was in charge of the campus, and he had a cabin. Very naturally, he was very, very reluctant to give his cabin to me. I could understand his predicament. So I said, as much as possible, I will not sit here in this campus, and I will not disturb him. So I decided to spend substantial period of my time at our Mumbai office. We had a head office there, and there was a place where the Director General, ex-Director General there used to sit. So I also began sitting there. But little did I realize that even when I was Director General, he was also Emeritus Director General. And therefore, he was also coming to the same office and sitting in the same chair. So my dilemma really intensified, and I couldn't understand what do I do with this. Then I figured out he usually comes to the office at about 11 o'clock. So I said, I am going to be there by 9. So if I am there at 9, I am going to have that office. Then he will decide where he will sit, and I will make a good place for him and so on. So I figured that out, and so I began sitting in that office for a substantial period of time. The rest, as they say, is history. We developed the campus, I had a good office for me, and so on. Now, strange encounters at governing boards. That is a very interesting story, long story, but to briefly mention, we had a board who didn't quite know where ultimately Nicmar should be set up, the final Nicmar. Whether it should be Pune, whether it should be Delhi, and there used to be always continuous tussle on this issue. Should you be in Delhi? Should you be in Pune? And for me to work my way out through all these was a real struggle. And to add to that, we had two chairmen. We had a chairman of trust, and we had a chairman of the board, governing board, yes. Now, the chairman of the trust was very aging type. And so it was very hard for him to come by himself. And he needed to be briefed all the time. So one of my tasks was to go to his house and to brief him what is going to be happening in the board meeting. And then bring him, escort him to the meeting, and then see that my people took him back to his house. So that was kind of an encounter. I lived through that kind of a situation for a fair bit of time. Strange encounters with students, faculty, staff. These encounters usually are more pleasant. They're not of the type that I mentioned now. But sometimes with students, they vary. For example, once it so happened that a group of students, at what point of time in the day or night, I don't know, came, I think, inside the campus and totally ransacked the controller of examinations office. And it was really hard for us to establish what might have happened. But of course, as I said, there have been very, very pleasant encounters, most of them with the students. Faculty, very, very good encounters. And one particular thing I recall is last year, I think it was, a faculty member who was pursuing his PhD for a fair bit of time, ultimately finished his PhD, and I was probably goading him all the time to complete his PhD. Probably he felt now he has got rid of that. And so he came to my house and he presented me with a lovely, lovely temple of Goddess Lakshmi. This is a kind of encounter which I think is very, very difficult to forget. We had similarly very, very good encounters with staff as well. Now, we had encounters with industry, academia, and regulators in the sense everybody used to ask a question, what is Nicmar? Okay, can you spell out also to us what Nicmar means? I could do that for industry, all right. I could do that for academia. But I dare not mention the full form of Nicmar to regulators, because Nicmar at that time had the word national in it. And if I said we were National Institute of Construction Management and Research, regulators would pounce on me. How, as a private institution, you dare use the word national? So therefore, those kinds of encounters were very common. And as far as the encounters with the family are concerned, people in my family used to ask, "Are bhai, you used to work in IIM, you used to work in IIT, what is this Nicmar? Why have you come to Nicmar? What does Nicmar mean?" And so on. So it was very, very hard to deal with those kinds of encounters. But those things is really finally, I think, what contributed to my sense of nostalgia. And I recall that, of course, very, very fondly. Encounters made me feel a student always. And therefore, the good old adage, once a student, always a student. Today also, I was a student because I was asked to make a presentation, so I had to work on it. And a student. And believe me, the whole of yesterday I spent only on doing this, okay? Now, but Nicmar evolved. Nicmar evolved very well. Nicmar grew as well. And I think Nicmar created, to my mind, a very formidable force alumni, is what I call. I can take a little bit of credit for getting our alumni going. Alumni Association also got formed during that period. And before I forget, I have this tendency to forget everything, particularly every good thing I tend to forget. So before I forget, I make a very honest appeal to Dr. Kashyap, Dr. Sushma Kulkarni, Dr. Konar, to consider setting up a Distinguished Alumnus Award in our institution. This is a practice which prevails in all the leading institutions in the world as well as in India. It's a great occasion and a great honor for the alumni, definitely, but for the institution as well. Our alumni now Nicmar alumni are now truly global. Why do I say you are truly global? Not because some of you are based here, there, and all that. But I think so many of you know to think globally and act locally. And that's very important. We should always have a very broad perspective in terms of whatever we do, but ultimately we have to deal with the local situations. So thinking globally and acting locally, I think, is an art more than anything else, and I think you have imbibed that very well. Despite travails in the institute, you have aspired to be benevolent to your institution, and that's the reason why we see a meet like this here today. Many amongst you hold key senior positions, and you are already doing influencing on behalf of Nicmar, which is also, I think, a very, very welcome kind of a thing to see. Now, as they say, proof of the pudding lies in eating. And pardon me if I add a little bit of my own line to that. Proof of alumni, they say, lies in giving. So alumni today has come to be synonymous with giving to your institution, what is called as alma mater. And I tried to figure out, are there some good examples of people who might have donated to their institutions? And I have taken a few examples here of what people contribute, to their institution. For example, Johns Hopkins University, Michael Bloomberg contributed $1.8 billion. Stanford University, John and Ann Dorr contributed $1.1 billion. McPherson College, anonymous, we don't know the name, contributed $1 billion. California Institute of Technology, better known as Caltech, Stuart and Linda Resnick, $750 million. Columbia University, Florence and Herbert Irving, $725 million. California Institute of Technology again, Gordon and Betty Moore, $600 million. Western Michigan University, anonymous, $550 million. Harvard University, Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan, $519 million. Oregon Health and Science University, Phil and Penny Knight, $500 million. State University of New York at Stony Brook, Jim and Marilyn Simmons, $500 million. University of California, San Francisco, Helen and Stanford Dilla, $500 million in 17, and the same university, same donors, $500 million in 18. Again in Oregon, Phil and Penny Knight, $500 million in 16, and in the same university and the same donors, $500 million 2021. Northwestern University, Patrick and Shirley Ryan, $480 million. Oxford University, Wellcome Trust, $1.158 billion. MIT USA, Stephen Schwarzman, $350 million. These are just few examples. I have not mentioned too many European universities here because somehow I could not get access to very authentic data. But of course, I'll work on that. Now that I have initiated this, I'll work further on this. But this gives you an idea, my friends, of the extent to which their alumni go in terms of giving to their institution. And if there are many things that you see happening in those wonderful temples of learning and all that, so much is substantially due to what the alumni do for them. Back home in our own country, I happen to be an IIT Bombay alumnus. An anonymous alumnus gave 160 crores in August 23. In IIT Kanpur, Rakesh Gargwal, co-founder of Indigo, gave 100 crore. IIT Bombay, again, Nandan Nilekani, a mega grant by Indian standards of 315 crore in June 23, and another 85 crore which he gave previously. IISc Bangalore, Sushmita and Subrato Bakchi, and Radha and NS Parthasarathy, 425 crore in Feb 22. IISc Bangalore again, Ajit Isaac, 105 crore in March 22. IISc Bangalore, Chris Gopalakrishnan, 225 crores in 14. IIT Delhi, Anant Yardi, 75 crores, November 21. IIT Madras, Krishna Chivukula, 228 crore, August 24. Not all of them were BTech alumni, mind you. Many of them were also MTech and PhD alumni. Please bear that in mind. IIT Bombay to me is a little bit of a case because a lot of that giving, I think, started or coincided with the time period I happened to be working there as head of Shailesh Mehta School of Management. And I recall, for example, CRESIT, which is Kanwal Rekhi School of Information Technology, essentially came out of the donation given by Kanwal Rekhi at that time. Shailesh Mehta School of Management, the very name Shailesh Mehta came to be given because of the very, very large or very generous donation given by Dr. Shailesh Mehta. Subsequently, so many donations started pouring in. They came from various departments, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Chemical Engineering. Victor Menezes gave for building a convention center, and so on and so forth. So many donations. During that same period, Nandan Nilekani, I recall, gave his first donation from where that Kanwal Rekhi School of Information Technology got absorbed or integrated into a much bigger Department of Computer Studies and also enabled the institution to build its largest hostel on the campus, comprising 100 rooms. So those are the kinds of things which were happening even when I was there. So for me, it was a big case experience. And there were so many smaller donations. For example, I know Shailesh Mehta School of Management, which I was reading, we had 1 crore coming in from Hindustan Liver, 1 crore from ICICI, 1 crore from another trust in Mumbai, and so on. So donations happen. Donations happen in India as well. Why alumni feel like donating? Of course, they have a lot of money. There's no question about it. So that is a big, I think, enabler. But apart from that, you must have that strong urge to give to an institution. And therefore, the institution has to do those kinds of things which will inspire the alumni to come forward and say, yes, I'm going to put my foot forward, and I'm say, okay, I'm going to donate. But these are the examples, and I can see that as we move forward, this example of alumni giving is going to grow more and more and more and more. Just like worldwide, so in India as well. I also tried to research, because you are all alumni, is there something I can give you which you can take with you? So I tried to see what are the alumni trends of 24 and 25. Alumni trends are there, people research everything. Nowadays, people try to research everything. And what happens in alumni is also extensively researched. So the trends are that hybrid events will take center stage. That means there are going to be alumni interactions in person and virtual participation. There's going to be a lot of focus on personalized communication, not general email, mailing, and all that. Segmentation, segment your alumni. Use AI-powered personalization. I don't know why people only talk about AI. AI means artificial. Why do we forget RI? That's my question. RI is real intelligence. And I think real intelligence we should use a lot more than AI. AI can mislead us. Let me tell you from my own experiences also. I have seen how AI can be misleading very often. But we need to be, even if, we give primacy to AI, we need to back it up by RI as well. So AI-powered personalization and life cycle engagement of alumni. These are the trends of personalized communication. There is AI revolutionized alumni engagement, and that includes use of predictive analytics, chatbots, content recommendations. In other words, whatever you communicate and in whatever way we engage alumni, let it be of great benefit to alumni, and let the alumnus feel, aha, I've got something out of this meeting, I've got something out of this communication, I've got something out of this conversation. That, I think, is the feeling that the alumni must get. Only then alumni will like to remain engaged. DEI. DEI means diversity, equity, and inclusion. And those efforts took the spotlight in 24. And what that means is you highlight now underrepresented voices and affinity groups. Alumni, sometimes we don't always consider that, but in large alumni groups, I think this becomes a very important requirement. It may not be in relatively modest scale alumni. In 25, what are we seeing? A lot of focus on technologies. There's going to be focus on immersive technologies to enhance engagement. And that means virtual campus tours, immersive reunions, interactive storytelling, and so on. All those technologies we talk about even in construction nowadays. So those kinds of technologies, I think we are going to use or see a lot more in alumni. Sustainability as a core engagement pillar. Green fundraising campaigns, eco-friendly events, alumni working, and highlight alumni working in eco-friendly industries. AI now is no longer a novelty, people say. AI is a necessity. And necessity, therefore, means you use all these advanced predictive analytics, AI-driven content creation, and voice assistance. To assist the alumni in interfacing, you use voice more and more and more. Micro-communities will drive engagement, and that means you need to obviously focus a lot on setting up regional chapters, industry-centered or cost-centered alumni groups, and virtual clubs. Actually, since IIT Bombay keeps sending us as alumni a lot of information about what happens out there, their alumni, I think, are engaged in many of these things which I have covered here, a lot of things. Metrics and ROI to be front and center. This study was done in America, and America researches everything, as I said, and they believe in metrics, determining metrics for everything. So there is a metrics to assess the performance of alumni engagement. Please note that. And so, because there are metrics, and because money is important, and for them at least giving is very important, so they have ROI to be front and center. Event participation rates, conversion rates for fundraising, engagement metrics, all of that, not only they are seriously considering, they are going ahead with all this. And that is why I think they are able to pull in so much of alumni giving into their institutions. People have researched what are some of the best alumni networks all over the world. I'm not giving the world because the world data is a little bit confused. But in US, we have very clear research that is available on this. And some of the top networks, unlike, you might be surprised, you don't see a Harvard University there, you don't see an MIT there, you don't see a Stanford, they all have great alumni networks, mind you. But the topmost universities that are ranked in this study are Syracuse University, University of Alabama, Clemson University, Boston University, Brigham Young University, University of Minnesota, Auburn University, Texas A&M University, University of Illinois, and the Ohio State University. These are the top 10. I'm not saying, as I said, these are the only names known. We all know MIT, Harvard, Stanford, all those Ivy League institutions have great alumni networks. But sometimes these things come to us as a surprise that there are several other universities who are far ahead of them. Now, I was also asked by Dr. Konar to speak about the alumni role in India, and particularly our alumni, which means Nicmar alumni. Now, finding out alumni role to some extent is like finding out the kernel in a coconut. You know the coconut fruit. You have to first of all get inside it to be able to get that kernel out. And getting inside a coconut is by no means easy. So that is what I think we say in alumni role in India as well. We have to first figure out what are the trends we see for the country as a whole. We have to then figure out what are the trends we see for the higher education. And within that, what is the role that alumni have to play? So you've got to go through those three layers to be able to come to some good conclusions about the alumni role. I've tried to do that in the short time ahead. So we all know India is growing rapidly. It is poised to be the third largest global economy. Perhaps this might happen later this year itself. 2/3 of that rapid rate of change is due to engineering, technology, and innovation. This is my conclusion. 2/3 of the rapid rate of change that we see in India in recent times is due to contributions of engineering, technology, and innovation. So whether we like it or not, India is well and truly on that kind of a technological and innovative path. With very rapid growth, world's most popular geography, India, please note, exerts unprecedented pressure on all physical resources. Imports, therefore, are bound to scale up. Exports must be scaled up too. That's going to be a big challenge. India's job markets are in a state of turmoil as public investments in sectors like infrastructure, agriculture, and manufacturing are cooling down. Services will have to bear the brunt of new job creation. Services is a very vast field. It already contributes 52% of the GDP, and it encompasses all things like e-commerce and IT and this and that, and construction and so on. In its own unique way, India, of course, will seek to ride, I've called it the AAI wave, and not the AI wave. For me, AAI means automated artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence does not exist on its own. Artificial intelligence exists with automation. Everything is automated. And in Marathi, if you were to speak that AAI, you will say I, and that means, oh my God, it's not very easy, okay? So anything to do with automation, artificial intelligence is very easy to talk about. It's not very easy to navigate at all. So we are going to have to spend a lot of tough time learning many of these things and later mastering them. Now, we have, of course, we all agree we are living in a global and regional turmoil, whether it is trade, economy, technical innovation, military engagements, political uncertainty, and that is leaving its own impact on India. There is no question about it. If Trump revises his tariffs, there is an impact on India. If there is a military engagement somewhere in Ukraine, there is an impact on India. If there is a technological innovation by way of AI and all that, there is an impact on India. So India is not secluded from all this. Industries and organizations have to adjust to this massive churning that is taking place. And I think industry will adjust to it through technology-driven, lean, talented, and trained workforce. Now, let me come to education. In education, we have seen rapid expansion in higher education capacity in India, particularly with the entry of autonomous private university, just like Nicmar University is one of those, here and also in Hyderabad. And that will further exacerbate the scenario. I think Nicmar is an exception because Nicmar is distinguishing itself by positioning itself as a unique university in a very specific field. To that extent, it is kind of a niche, and it's a good thing to exist that way. There's going to be massive turnout of graduates passing out every year. Already there is, and it will be even more. And there is slackening of job markets. Please see these two forces I see happening. Massive turnout of graduates on one side, so supply side is growing in a big way, and the demand side is not growing appreciably. And so, when you have that kind of a gap between supply and demand, you're going to see enormous competition for shrinking job opportunities. Therefore, what are our differentiators? Our differentiators will have to be excellence, quality, powerful brand image, industry readiness of our graduates, and I think work experience of the graduates as well will play a very important role. So I think if we have to be, if as an institute in higher education, if we have to make sense, then we have to be able to see how we are able to master these differentiators, put those differentiators in place, excel in them, and see that our institution stands above everybody else. We talk about IITs, we talk about IIMs, we talk about nowadays other universities and institutions also, like NITs. And why we do that? We do that because they have to a certain extent managed to ride themselves up. And there is no exception to this rule. We have to also climb the ladder. Educational institution, therefore, must be in continuous interface with the industry and other stakeholders as well. Now, for a university, it's not just the industry. There are so many other stakeholders. If I was to talk to Dr. Sushma Kulkarni for a brief period, she will talk about her enormous challenges of having to deal with UGC and NAC criteria and A and O, NIRF ranking and so forth. So there are so many things out there, So educational institution has to be in continuous interface with all of these stakeholders. Now, those of you who are fond of mythology, Hindu mythology, which is very rich, and in recent times I have developed a lot of interest in Hindu mythology. There is a very nice thing that I came across there, which is called as Samudra Manthan. And Samudra Manthan is mentioned in Hindu mythology. When that was happening, Goddess Lakshmi asked God, Bhagwan Vishnu, what will I get from this Samudra Manthan? And Vishnuji replied, you will also get something. So, of course, when massive changes are happening, even gods were not very sure what they might promise to everybody else, but he said, you will also get something. I think that is what I would like to say for alumni as well. There is a huge opportunity for everyone here to make contributions and to gain from them. It is so for alumni as well. There is a huge churning taking place, I think. And in this huge churning, if alumni play their role effectively, I think alumni are definitely going to get something in return. That is for sure. Now, there has to be a will, because as they say, where there is a will, there is a way. We have heard this definition, time-honored definition. Democracy is for people, by people, of people. I would like to take it a little further for alumnus. I would like to define alumnus is for institution, by institution, of institution. Alumnus is created by an institution. Alumnus therefore belongs to the institution. Alumnus must work for the institution. So an alumnus is for the institution, by institution, of institution. Keep that thing in mind, and I think your role will clear out. So I say, if you wish to be remembered as alumnus, create a legacy through what you do for your institution. Challenges create opportunities. That is my strong belief. I don't regard challenges as threats. I think challenges create opportunities. The more massive the challenge, the more massive the opportunity. This sure will be the case for India as well. And this is very true for educational institutions also. Higher education today cannot afford to work in seclusion. If it does, it will simply go extinct. Therefore, if we think that we will live like the temples of the past, that is long gone. That's why nostalgia is to some extent good, but not always, not fully. Higher education must build sustained, strong, effective interface with the industry and other sectors, and ensure that the educational institution is always one step ahead. There was a time when educational institutions used to be a step ahead of the industry, but today it is the other way around. Industry is steps ahead, and educational institution must follow. That trend has to change. People who will help do that are most importantly, to my mind, the institute's alumni. So your task is cut out. You have to be the pioneers who create a formidable legacy of interfacial work for your institution. By interfacial work, I mean building interfaces between the institution and the place where you work. Others will seek to emulate you, just like others seek to emulate your institution for what it did in those creep sectors which were mentioned earlier, particularly in 21st century. Nicmar did something for which I think others tried to emulate. In the same way, I am sure Nicmar alumni will also be sought to be emulated. And you have strengths. What are your strengths? Your strong ties with alma mater, because alma mater is your family. So you have very strong ties. That is your strength. Your strong knowledge of the outside world, that is your strength. Do you have any weakness? I don't think you have any weakness as an alumnus, because like Lord Sri Ganesh, alma mater absorbs all of your weaknesses in its womb. And therefore, when we see you as an alumnus, we don't see any kind of a weakness in you at all. And of course, inevitably, when I talk about these strengths and weaknesses, some examples come to my mind. One is of Sas and Bahu. For example, a Sas might always look upon her Bahu as a strength, but also as a weakness. And the same might be said about the Bahu as well. Bahu might look upon the Sas as strength and also as weakness. That applies also, mind you, to husband and wife relations. Okay? For example, if I were to just repeat something that I had said earlier, a colleague of you might ask you, can you explain to me what really is the meaning of this strength, weaknesses, opportunities, threat kind of a framework, which strategists so often talk about? And the other guy came and said, the other colleague came and said, oh, it's very easy to understand, don't worry too much about it. You are married, I am married, you have a wife, I have a wife. Fortunately, we have one wife each. And it's very easy. Look, your wife is your strength, but your wife is my weakness. And I see an opportunity, you see a threat. That is the way. So it can be that way also, but strengths and weaknesses are real. You have strengths. I don't think you have weaknesses. Your opportunity is to be the catalyst for your institution's change. And your threat, your only threat, I think, is that some other institution might upstage you or any challenge that might be missing. Because if you don't have a challenge, you say, what is it that I can do? So that missing challenge might also be a threat. What is your strategy? After all doing SWOT, we say we have to work out strategy. My strategy I am spelling out to you. You can call it strategy, vision, mission, whatever you like. I say glory for Nicmar, glory for you. Encomiums for Nicmar, encomiums for you. Hall of Fame for Nicmar, Hall of Fame for you. Roll of honor for Nicmar, roll of honor for you. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you, sir, for insightful words. It was a pleasure listening to your inspiring speech.
It is now my pleasure to introduce the Vice Chancellor of Nicmar University, Pune, Dr. Mrs. Shushma S. Kulkarni, to all of you. Dr. Mrs. Kulkarni is the Vice Chancellor of Nicmar University and Chair of Global Engineering Dean's Council. She was formerly the Director at Rajaram Bapu Institute of Technology, Maharashtra. Dr. Kulkarni has received more than 35 awards and honors for her outstanding academic work. The Association of Management of Unaided Engineering Colleges, Nashik, awarded her with Dr. R.P. Joshi Best Principal Award during the annual award ceremony at Pune in 2024. The Indo-Universal Collaboration for Engineering Education Foundation, a Section 8 company, awarded Rajaram Bapu Institute of Technology with the Institutional Achievement Award 2023 during the International Conference on Transformations in Engineering Education for best practices and outstanding performance under her leadership. She was recognized as the outstanding personality in engineering education during the 5th edition of Nav Bharat Education Awards 2022. At present, ma'am is associated with the following reputed professional bodies: Chair of the Global Engineering Dean's Council, and editor for the Journal of Engineering Education Transformation, a Scopus Index Q2 journal from January 2014 in collaboration with Indo-Universal Collaboration for Engineering Education, a fellow of the Institution of Engineers, India, and an elected member of IEI Pune chapter, a promoter of IUCEE Foundation, and also a lifetime member of Indian Society for Technical Education and Indian Society for Training and Development, New Delhi. Her leadership continues to drive innovation and excellence in higher education. Ma'am, may I take this privilege to invite you to address the gathering.
So good morning to all. Yeah, little mood energy. I think you have just listened to Korgaonkar sir, and that must have really energized you. So I should see that energy and hear it. So good morning to you all. Good morning. Very good, very good. So Honorable Dr. Korgaonkar sir, who had led Nicmar till it became university here. Dr. Anil Kashyap sir, our President and Chancellor. All the founder members of Agni, so Manan, Yayati, and Amit. Vandana, who heads the alumni cell here, and Dr. Koner, who is Dean of Career Services, Alumni Relations, Industry Relations, Collaborations, and all the alumni of the dais. I know the alumni, some of you have traveled out of India and tried to be here, part of this meet. Some of you must have come from within India, and some of you just from the Balewadi too, isn't it? But all of you are illuminating our hall over here. So proud to have you all here, and I'm very sure this meet will strengthen the bonds between yourselves, between the alumni and the faculty students of current Nicmar. Korgaonkar sir, I think he has emphasized everything about alumni and made our work so easy. And really, I really feel privileged that being a founder we see here, having the legacy of Nicmar for 40 years, From 1983 onwards, Nicmar has been working with a vision to provide the construction management professionals. So whatever history I learned after joining over here was really fascinating, that construction professionals coming together, forming a trust, and having a vision that, okay, let us provide this manpower to India, and then, of course, globally too. And very well articulated by Sir about his journey here, his experiences. And what I was thinking sitting over there was that every career has its ups and downs. You have to make your own space, right from your own cabin, right? We see such a big institute now, but that person has to find a place for his cabin. And he accepted that challenge. It was not that he complained about it. Whatever I heard him, I felt he's a person who makes a space for himself. He makes a name for himself, fame for himself, and for others too, because he has created alumni like you. So a big hand for him. Last 2 days, like today and yesterday, we had HR meet. It was first HR meet in Nicmar University. Around 25 to 30 panelists, HR, galaxy of HRs, professionals, and excellent discussions. And yesterday we had huge number of students. The hall was full, around 800 to 900 students. Thanks to Dr. Koner that he could inspire the students to come and sit here to listen to those experts. But a lot of churning, brainstorming could take place, because our aim was let the students realize outside the classroom also there is a lot of learning. It's not only scoring marks, right? It's application of the knowledge. And as alumni, I think you all realize the importance that once you are in the field, once you are in your office, once you are in that demanding position, you need to be a visionary, you need to be a person who can execute things, and lots of N number of qualities which are learnt by doing, okay? Today when you look at Nicmar, yes, it has grown. What Sir said about CRIP sector, from CRIP sector we have now, Sir, I would like to inform you that under the presidentship of Dr. Kashyap, we have also started with different schools like School of Energy and Environment, where we are giving MBA degrees. It's a different type of course articulated, not a typical technical course of MTech or MSc in environment science, but it is MBA. MBA in Environment Sustainability, MBA in Sustainable Energy Management, 2 different programs crafted with the help of industry inputs. And I think that's the need of the time today, because we all talk of global warming, we see the impact also of global warming, but then creating those professionals and making them think and work on those strategies is important. Then we have, Sir, also started with School of Engineering. And School of Engineering is, of course, the focus is only civil engineering. So we are having BTech civil program and 2 MTech programs. So one is MTech in Construction Technology Management and another is MTech in Project Management, Infrastructure Project Management. And both these PG programs are in collaboration with L&T. Larsen & Toubro is with us for curriculum development, and the co-teaching is also happening. So they are coming here and teaching. So I'm sure those professionals who will develop at the end of 2 years will make a difference in the industry, construction industry. So we have also started with the School of Architecture and Planning. And so there is a 5 years B-Arch program, Bachelor of Architecture program, and there is 2 years Masters of Planning, Urban Planning program. So these are the different sectors we are moving in, but of course we are limiting ourselves to built environment. Then we also have General Management, MBA in General Management, and a 5-year integrated BBA and MBA program. So at undergrad level, they will come into the system. As per the new education policy, at the end of 3 years, they will get bachelor's degree, they can exit. If they wish to continue 4th year, they can get honorary degree, okay? And the 5th year, they will get the MBA degree. So integrated MBA program is also something which we have started new. All of you must be knowing we also have a School of Executive Education. And executive education is working on giving the training, making customized programs for the working professionals. And I think Nicmar University and Nicmar Trust, this is one of the unique features. The trust which the CRIP sector plus the new added really makes us unique here. Let it be government, private, public sector, we get training. Like we provide training to all these people, which is based on their needs. Here I would like to add that I had, like during different alumni meets, I've been meeting alumni and they have requested that since Nicmar has become a university, can they get MBA degrees? That was something which a few alumni came and represented, and I think they have talked to Dr. Anil Kashyap also. Yes, we are thinking of it because there is this NEP 2020, which gives a lot of provisions. But then, let me tell you that we can't directly convert whatever certification you have got. You have done 2 years program, but that certification cannot be directly converted into a degree. You will have to earn the credits. Okay, so because the degree, since provided by the university, has to have those credits. But then how to give you those credits? I have given this I will say problem to be solved to Dr. Ganguly, who heads our executive education, School of Executive Education, because we are providing such MBA degrees to the working professionals from L&T, from Adani Group. So can we take help of that formula? And since NEP has given work-based prior learning, WPL, work-based prior learning concept, that means if you have worked for 5 years, you will get some equivalent credit for that working, being a working professional. So instead of scoring total 80 credits, because any MBA programs has 80 credit. So out of 80 credits, some percentage you can earn from work-based prior learning, some credits you can earn from the projects, and some credits, of course, you will have to come here and earn those credits by attending the classes here. Because that will help us to give you a genuine degree which will be valid as a university. Okay, so this is something with homework we have done. We are working on it. I think we'll make a committee where 1 or 2 alumni can be part of this committee and can give proper input, and we'll send that proposal to UGC. And once it gets approved, I think we can run those programs here. So, as all of you have already taken up education here and coming back on this campus, you must have really remembered your classroom. Anuj was talking to me, कि अरे सबसे पहले I went and saw my hostel room, isn't it? So hostel room has so many memories attached. All the things attached with that age group. Okay, now you are mature, but when you were 21 to 25 years of age, that innocence, I will say, or the immaturity, that's different. That risk-taking ability is different. The risk, the pranks, and chalo karke dekhte hain, kya hoga hone do. That sort of thought process is there. So I'm sure when you are here on the campus, you will see a lot of changes. Dr. Kashyap has told you how the university is developing. New buildings are coming up because we need academic space. At present, our student strength is around 3,000, but we want it to be around 5,000. Okay, now to be 5,000 students university, we need more academic spaces. So next time when you come, you may see much more developments, much more changes on the campus. But yes, we are trying to conserve the legacy buildings. And I would like to assure Korgaonkar sir, the ecosystem which you have built, the culture which you had set here in Nicmar, which we inherited from you, sir, we are trying to conserve all that. Because it's excellent. The way students have been groomed through curricular activities, extracurricular activities, the student council, the placement council. So everything adds value to the development of student. I look at it as an outsider because I'm just 2 years here. But when I come from outside, I see these as a strength, because sir says strength and weaknesses, these are all relative things. So these are the strengths. And we are trying to build on these strengths a new Nicmar University. But the foundation is so strong. The foundation is because of the faculty here. The foundation is because of the alumni here. I'm so happy. Whenever I go to any alumni meet, the alumni is so well behaved. See, how you are placed in your career, how much money you earn is secondary. The primary thing is how you respect your teachers. What is your attitude? What's your way of thinking? How do you behave? How do you work with each other? So any alumni meet, a great teamwork, I see good networking, I see that approach that you people want to help each other. You want to support each other. बड़े भैया और बड़ी बहन वाला approach है. So that family networking is seen. That's my observation, and I really highly appreciate, and I wish, and it's my, I will say, great desire to see this growing in multiples. This thought process, the growth mindset, the helping mindset, is the uniqueness Nicmar alumni has. And I think that should, multiply in terms of great numbers. Now, coming to the next part of it is that how alumni can help us with the vision of Nicmar University. Kurgaonkar sir, as I said, he has made my work easy. He has given a lot of areas where alumni can work. So he generalized in India, but I say in India, in Nicmar University, because you are our alumni. So I'm very specific. So you are all giving back to your alma mater. Coming here itself indicates your commitment to give back, right? It can be in tangible ways or intangible ways. Tangible ways, sir has said, he has shown the examples of so many universities globally and in India, that you can express it in your gratitude. So there is a provision of gratitude fund in our Nicmar University, because you have heard there are lots of accreditation programs, and I'm happy to share that Nicmar University is now PMI GAC accredited. It has international accreditation. We are IGBC certified campus, where we show our commitment to sustainability, environment awareness. Lots of initiatives are there on the campus which are towards the sustainability. Similarly, lots of environmental care awards we have won. And there is in general, recognition by the society in whatever we are doing, right? So coming back is that there are these accreditations, there is this NAC accreditation, and all these accreditation criteria, let me share with you, they have a big weightage, a very good percentage of weightage of alumni. How is your connect with the alumni? How many percentage of alumni are connected with you? Do you have a registered body? So all of you must be knowing we have a registered body named Agni. Okay? And you see the founders sitting on the dais over here. So recently Agni had elections and all the other details I think they will share with you people. Manan will share with you people. I'm not going into those details. But let us all get connected to Agni so that in our NAC, the assessment, we can say we have a registered body which is a Section 8 company, and these are the protocols. This is the way funding happens. This is the way meetings happen in a year and all those things. And it's not to show the protocols or the legalities. It's to actually bind you together. Okay, Agni or whatever association is there, it's to bind you all together so that you have some responsibility towards each other also and towards the organization also. So coming back again, it also asks for gratitude fund. Is your alumni contributing to you in a tangible way and also intangible way? So what is the funds you are able to generate to provide scholarships to the students? I'm sure some of you must have faced those challenges when you were taking education, that you may not have had money to pay for your food expenses, or you had to borrow money for some other purpose, right? So you have gone through a tough time. So maybe if you have the capability, can you support one student with the scholarship or with the food expenses? Or take that pleasure that, okay, I'm supporting the cause of education. Similarly, sir has also shown you a lot of examples of setting up laboratories, setting up big buildings, isn't it? So sky is the limit. When you want to donate, sky is the limit. And we really appreciate that gesture, because giving back to alma mater shows that you are really, really having that gratitude towards your organization. So for us, alumni, we are connected with you. Alumni is emotionally connected. We become nostalgic when you talk about your days in the university or the institute that time. But let us all work together for intangible benefits also. So those intangible can be sharing your skills, your competencies through expert lectures. You are doing, lots of you are supporting us, But yes, how we can enhance that engagement. We have to improve that engagement. Actually, can we have virtual meetings once in a month? We can have a speaker, and I'll request Dr. Koner, can we have once in a month virtual talk? Have a defined time, maybe every Saturday, 8 to 9, or every Friday, 7 to 8, whatever is the convenient time. We can define that time and have a virtual meeting where our current students of Nicmar University will join and learn from your experiences, your perceptions, your collaborations, networking. Like yesterday, a girl was asking during the HR meet, like, I have a great idea about startup. I'm working on it, but how can I get help? So immediately, one of the HRs who was part of the panel said, how much of alumni you have? What is the number? And we calculated around 35, 40,000. He said, why can't you connect with your alumni? Connect with them, you will get a lot of people who have expertise in the area you are working, and they will give you advice that how to go out to the customers, what are the customer requirements, how the product can be developed, etc., etc. So there can be lots and lots of areas where we can work together with the alumni, and you as alumni, I'm very sure, will be eager to contribute as per your time constraints, your capabilities, your competencies, and I think that will generate a great resource for all of us, and that will help Nicmar University to develop at a very fast pace, right? Like one of the speakers yesterday said that it took 50 years to reach from X to Y, some 50 years ago, to get this much million users. But now, when you talk of ChatGPT, you talk of DeepSeek, within days, within 19 days, you get 50 million users, right? So the pace is very fast. So with your support, I think we can move faster. It will help us. And of course, this is something which I always make an appeal, that we want to use your strength to develop new programs here in Nicmar. What are the market needs? What are the market trends? Which type of manpower is required? What should be the part of curricula to develop better graduates from here? So all these inputs are most welcome, and maybe we can also have some bank, thought bank, where you can share your thoughts, and we can pick up from there. Whenever those thoughts come to your mind, you can share it with us, and we'll pick up whenever we are revising our curricula. So with this, I come to the end because I've got a reminder. We are running late. But yes, great pleasure. I'll just end with a story which I really like. It's a popular anecdote. Okay, stories are stories. And so it is said that it's a story in Britain. There was a farmer who was working, Scottish farmer who was working on his field, and he heard the cries, help, help, help. And then he was just looking around, and then he saw a small boy who was drowning in the bog, in the muck area. And he was just putting his hand up and shouting out, help me, help me, help me. And this farmer just ran. He never thought of what will happen to him. He plunged into it and pulled that boy out and saved him. And took him to his house, gave him a good bath, food, everything. And then other people who were with that boy, they came to this farmer's house, and next day he saw a big wagon had come and stood in front of his house, and a nobleman walked out of his car and told the farmer, you have done a great job, and I would like to award you something. I want to express my gratitude to you. How can I do it? So the farmer said, no, nothing. It was just my job. He was crying and shouting for help. I helped him. Then he said, I really want to help you. So when the farmer was talking, what he saw, a small boy had come out of the farmer's house. And then he asked, who is this boy? He said, my son. Does he get a good education here because you are far away? You are in a small village. He said, no, he doesn't get. He said, can I take this boy? Can I take this boy and give him good education? He will study with my son and give me that person. At least let me express my gratitude. So that farmer also thought, yes, my son will get good education. And then the boy grew up, both the boys grew up. It is said that after a few years, a person, this boy, farmer's son, studied medicine and started working on fighting infections during that period. And those typical infections could be fought with antibiotics. But now we use the word antibiotic very common. So the antibiotic era started with penicillin. Okay, so that boy who became a doctor was Alexander Fleming. And he discovered penicillin. And during World War II, the nobleman who had taken the boy was Lord Rudolph Churchill. And his son, that small boy, was Winston Churchill. And he fell sick. He had this severe infection, Winston Churchill. And see, what saved him was penicillin. Okay, so I wanted to share this story because you never know whatever good you are doing today, how it will come back to you. What is the ripple effect of goodness? You will never come to know. So keep doing good. That's my advice to alumni. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring address and for sharing your thoughtful reflections that truly set the tone for the gathering of the Nicmar Global Alumni Community. We now invite Mr. Manan Gupta, Founding Director, Agni, to kindly address the gathering.
Thanks a lot. I would request even Yati and Amit to come over here. Come. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be here. I will not take, or we will not take much of a time. I've been told that we are already delayed. This is a great occasion. Today we all are here and we are in the institute. And we are having a first global alumni meet in the institute, although this is a third global alumni meet. First happened in year 2020 in Sahara Star Hotel in Mumbai. Second also happened last year in Sahara Star Mumbai. And this is the third one which is happening. So, but first in the institute, and it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here. Request a clap from all of you. So why we all are here, or we three are here presently, is to announce the new or the steering committee. The first steering committee we have on board for Agni, which is Association of Global Nicmarians. Agni started in 2018 with a small WhatsApp group, very small initiation. With the sir, at that time we reached out to sir at that time with that idea, and Koregaonkar sir told that this is the way we can do it, and this is the way the institute can come along. And in 2019 we formed the entity which is Association of Global Nicmarian, a Section 8 company. Again with sir's advice we took and we moved ahead on that. And post that COVID hit, we always wanted to have it as a elected committee. Later, Kashyap sir came and with a lot of advices from his end, how we can move the things ahead and how we can collaborate. And it was decided that moving ahead, we will be having, if we are having the elections, we will be having some part of people from founding team who have started all this thing of getting all the alumni together. We will be having representation from Nicmar as well, as the intent was this entity should not be different from the institute, and it should be the same. And it should be an extension of the institute and not a parallel to the institute. So now we have 6 representatives from the Nicmar Institute as the, Nicmar University, I should say, not Nicmar Institute. We have 6 representation from Nicmar Institute as part of new steering committee which we have. Mr. Amol Chauhan, who represents from Nicmar Trust, Mrs. Sushma Kulkarni, who represents from Nicmar University, Pune, Koner sir, representing from Nicmar University, Pune, Indrasen Singh, representing from Nicmar University of Construction Studies, Hyderabad, Vandana Bhavsar, representing from Vandana Bhavsar, representing from Nicmar University, Pune, and Dr. Pramada, representing from Nicmar University of Construction Studies, Hyderabad. So these are the representation which is from Nicmar. From founding team, we have Amit Mirajkar is here, myself Manan Gupta, Yayati Kene, Mr. Manish Mohandas from the founding team, Raghavendra Singh Bisen from the founding team, and Vivek Srivastav from the founding team. Total founding team members were 10. Out of 10, 6 are coming as part of steering committee. And we had the election, a very successful election, having 82% voting in the election. I would again request big clap to all of you who have participated as part of elections and voted. Mr. Balkishan Singh, Anjani voted for Balkishan Singh, Ms. Anjani, Mr. Arman Zafar, Mr. Amit Vadnare, Mr. Sai Kiran, Mr. Siddharth Nahata, Mr. Ashish Prabhakaran, Anikesh Singhai, and Madhur Daga. All of these are new, all the elected members who will be a part of steering committee. So we have a total 21 members steering committee now. To specify, Mr. Balkrishan, Anjani, Arman, and all these three people, that is Balkrishan, Anjani, and Arman, were there as part of provisional steering committee earlier. So we were having a committee which was earlier, which was steering the things till now. They were a part, but they were provisional. They were told that they should be a part and help us out in steering the entire thing. But then they stood for election and they got elected as well. So that's the whole thing. And we were wanting to, we will request all of you, all of these members to come on stage, please. So, and Dr. Anil Kashyap is our chief patron. So I would request Dr. Anil Kashyap also to come on stage.
I don't have. He has. I think Arshad is running it.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
Can you have the next slide, please?
Arshad, can you have the next slide?
So Anjani and Raghavendra and few of us, Vivek, they are not there with us in present, but rest of us are here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. just something which I would like to mention here about, the daunting numbers that Koregaonkar sir presented to us before. Actually, I mean, this is my personal view is, a lot of these numbers are covered in a lot of these surveys where, you can get, when there are numbers involved, they are covered in the surveys. What doesn't get covered here is basically the time value of the, the value of time that people put in. That does not really get covered, and those are never presented. So I think when you look at, something like an alumni association, there's a lot of time also which goes behind, these kind of things. And right now, the stage at which Agni is, I would request all alumni, whomsoever it is possible, invest the time that you can and consider that as, the investment into Agni. We will all figure out together, how to bridge the gap of the gratuity. We will also try and reach those kind of numbers someday. Thank you.
Just to add what Yayati said, like when we started, we had this WhatsApp groups and maybe didn't have a lot of millions as what people are donating, but we thought this platform can be utilized where people can come in and, do something for the institution and investment of time. I remember we spending many hours late at night after our working hours making the government's document, which Yayati, everyone is aware. And having that document, getting everything, the Section 8 company in place, getting all the legal documents, the bank accounts and all that. It was all was an effort in whatever best we could do, getting all people together, having small events. The first event we had was the Manthan event in Vashi, Navi Mumbai. Then the global event where BK took the initiative and had. So many events happened, and this is how a lot of people got together. So as we said, time investment is the most important thing. Your just presence in small breakfast meets or small events at the state levels where Mr. Koner is now coming up with such a huge calendar where we have a vision of what events are going to happen in the coming year or for the future, and we just want a lot of people to come in, at least participate, and, many ideas can be generated. Yeah, this was the one request from the founding team. Thank you.
And just wanted to all of you to know that Kashyap sir will be our chief patron for Agni. He has been always the guiding force since the day he has joined, and his association with Agni is very immense and true. In true sense, he has been a guiding force, and as a chief patron, he will be guiding us all throughout.
And also one little gratitude from our side to Agni. It's a young alumni association. I should have covered in my speech as well. But I think a huge thank you to all of you to create that platform in 2018 and let that platform use by now Nicmar as its official alumni association is something, a groundwork already done, and for that groundwork, I think they deserve a really huge thank you for that.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. As Aspire 2.0 Global Alumni Meet 2025 has been formally inaugurated by our distinguished guests, we now request Dr. Jonardhan Koner to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Now we already overshot the time, so I extend my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to DG Sir, Dr. Anil Kashyap, and VC Ma'am, Dr. Susma Kulkarni Madam, for your presence and giving guideline for us and alumni and students also. Next, our chief guest, Dr. Kurgaonkar sir. Sir, thank you. We always love to hear you, and you have given the direction to us also and alumni also how we can make Nicmar Association, Nicmar as a family and Ogni, their alumni association down the line. So we will follow your advice, sir. Thank you once again. Then next, Ogni founder, director, office bearer, Manan, Yati and Amit. Last 1 year, I am very closely working with them. And finally, Ogni has completed its election. It's very tough, I know, conducting that part. Manan, Yati, continuously they are working. Beside their foreign tour also. So I thank you all once again for that part also. Making Ogni is a bigger one. All the representatives from Nicmar, Pune, University Pune, Hyderabad, and now from the trust, Amal Chauhan sir, he is not able to present. Down the line, Delhi will get one more membership from this 6 part. Definitely, I'll thank Srividya. Srividya is the first Ogni head. Where is Srividya? So I thank to her also. Next, I welcome all the panelists from the alumni and other industry part. So we are very eager to listen you. And now we will proceed for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for proposing a vote of thanks on behalf of all of us. We would also like to extend our special thanks to the dignitaries, delegates, faculty, alumni, students, and staff for joining us. Your presence is greatly appreciated, and we once again warmly welcome you all to the Aspire 2.0 Global Alumni Meet 2025. A high tea has been organized for all the dignitaries, alumni, and participants at the auditorium lobby. Kindly join us for the same. Panel discussion 1 will start sharp at 12:45 p.m. here at the main auditorium. We request everyone to join us 5 minutes prior to the session. Thank you.
Sir, inside, we'll go inside. This side.
Thank you.
IoT, and automation are no longer just industry trends, they are reshaping the way we plan, execute, manage construction projects, driving efficiency, cost effectiveness, and innovation.
As we stand at this crucial juncture, industry leaders and organizations must recognize how these innovations streamline operations, enhance project management, and improve safety, ultimately driving greater efficiency and cost savings. By focusing on real-world applications, this topic reveals the tangible benefits these technologies bring to the construction projects.
It is now our honor to introduce our distinguished moderator for this session. Let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Athanki, Director, Global Delivery Hub, Line Side. He will be driving the discussion with his extensive knowledge of construction technology. I kindly request Mr. Sanjay Athanki to come up on the stage.
Welcome, sir.
Good? Yes. Hello, everyone. As we are settling down, a little bit travel back to the travel lane. You know, not long ago, some 25 years back, I have a little bit of a nostalgia in this campus as well. I was originally from the Delhi campus, but my first employer was Nicmar. I was a site architect of this campus itself, the phase 1. I was there till little above foundation. So if, especially the students, if you see any waterproofing leak or something, I'm not to be blamed because I left after the foundations. The building falls, you know where to call, yeah? with much ado, a little bit of the buzzwords, right? And that's the topic that we are going to look at. Again, during my time, you know, I was interacting with some students sometime back, and somebody asked me, when did you pass out? And I'm not going to tell that year now, because when I told that year, and the immediate reaction of the student was, oh, I was not even born then. And then the next student says, oh, my parents were not even married then. You know, it's a little tricky on that side, but the real buzzwords are AI, IoT, you know, ML. There are so many things, right? Digital twin and things like that. So let's try to decipher. I have amongst ourselves today a set of panelists who not only from construction but also from a non-construction background as well. So I'd like to call one by one. The first person I'd like to call has interest in aviation. He likes to have a bird's eye view of things, and hence he started a company which deals with drones and data itself. Kush Agarwal to the stage, please. Please. Next person I'd like to call on the stage, he has his own acronym of AI, Adani Investment. He played a very key strategic role in ensuring that Dharavi redevelopment was done. Nikhil Kanade, please. He is also a travel blogger and a numerologist. Please. Next person is close to my heart. I love coffee in its original, purest form. I'm a coffee snob itself. So I'd like to welcome Keshav Jain to the stage. He is also into AI, always investing. You know, he runs a portfolio of $500 million as we speak. Any startups or ideas out there? We also have amongst us, as you can see, there's a food and fitness freak is not the right word, but an enthusiast. We have Imanshu Bavsa, who's got 20 years of experience, currently working with A System. Welcome. Next person on stage, amongst many things, I would like to say he's probably the OG AI in this panel. Devesh, founder of Seri Labs, overall 25 years. He's written a book on AI called Decoding GPT. Feeling a little bit insecure at the moment. Yours truly, Sanjay Atanki. I'm a director at Linesight. Linesight is a Berkshire Hathaway-owned company, Warren Buffett, and we are primarily into data centers, semiconductor, and life sciences, into project management and cost management. I personally head a GCC team within Linesight, amongst other things, and I'm very keen to look forward how this panel goes on. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful introduction. We are truly privileged to have such an esteemed panel with us today, and we look forward to their invaluable insights into the technological advancements that can improve construction project efficiency.
We would now like to felicitate our esteemed panelists for their invaluable contribution to this event. We kindly invite Dr. Anil Kashyap and Dr. Sushma Kulkarni to kindly join on the dais for the felicitation ceremony.
Now I request Mr. Sanjay Atanki sir to accept our token of gratitude. Now I request Mr. Kush Agarwal sir to accept our token of gratitude.
Now I request Mr. Nikhil Kanade to accept the honor.
Now I request Mr. Keshav Jain to accept our token of gratitude.
Now I request Mr. Himanshu Bhavsar to accept the honor.
Now I request Mr. Devesh Rajadaksha to accept our token of gratefulness. Now we request all the dignitaries to kindly occupy front seats. Without further ado, let's begin with our discussion. Over to you, Mr. Sanjay Atanki, sir.
Thank you very much. I mean, to set the scene, right, I mean, there's so much talk that's going on, and Doctor also had said what's AI and RI and what really means to us. Let's understand from a pure AI perspective what really it is before we dive into construction. I'm looking towards Devesh here.
What AI is, right? Is this...
If that can be done in 45 minutes, yeah?
Okay, let me try and do it in 5 minutes. Okay. Is this working well?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay. So the story is like this. Okay. We as humans, we have been making tools for a long time, right? We made that stuff with stones and whatnot, wheel, and you are all familiar with this, right? Thousands of years. Then we started building more and more complex machines. So what have been we doing? Why are we doing this? We are building tools or machines to overcome our limitations. Okay. We cannot run very fast. We run like 8 kilometers, 10 kilometers per hour. That also for a few minutes. After that, at least I get tired, but we have, the fitness, he may be, but still it will not be, maybe 1 hour. But you will be surprised, an animal like hippo hippopotamus can run at 35 kilometers an hour. Okay, forget about your horses and cheetah and all these guys. So we invented car, right? First the wheeled vehicles and then car and whatever, so that we don't have to run. So we did a lot of such things physically, something that helps us to overcome our physical limitations. Then we turned our attention to our mental capabilities. We invented computers, okay, to extend our intelligence. Only in areas where we are weak. Like, for example, calculation is one of our areas of weakness. We can't calculate. Abhi मैं बोलूँगा, a 2-digit number into 2-digit number also, most of us, we cannot do it. So, memory is one of our problems. We can't remember much. So, computers do that. So, this happened. We have computers all around us. Our mobile phone is a computer, and everywhere we have the so-called IT systems. And now we are taking the next step of extension of our capabilities. Right? The story is continuing. We did physical, we did mental with computers, and we are taking that further with AI. How? Okay, so that's something I just want to take 2 minutes so that we all have the right perspective. Okay. What computers can do, and all the IT systems that we have right now, is that they can carry out a set of well-defined instructions. Right? You have ERP and all these names you have heard. So they follow rules and they follow instructions, but they do it very fast. Okay? That's how the magic comes. But they cannot solve problems where rules don't apply. Okay. For example, what job should I take? Should I hire this candidate or not? Whom to marry? Should I marry or not? All these things, computers cannot do because...
That's an easy one, isn't it?
But computers won't help you to do it because there is no step-by-step instruction to do it. Okay? So AI is helping us to solve problems where step-by-step instructions and program are not possible. Okay, so this is the thing. And how do they do it? Another 1 minute. Is that there are these things called AI models. We have all heard that, right? GPT and all that. So these are these things, mathematical things, which learn from past experience. Okay, we don't give step-by-step instruction. We give them a lot of past experience. ChatGPT, for example, something that all of you use, has been given around 400, 500 billion words so that it can get trained. Okay, so here it is. We have a technology which is nothing different. It's a continuation of a story that has been going on for a long time. It's the next step in computers or software, but rather than writing programs, it learns through experience. So that's what AI is.
Well, nicely put. I mean, basically what you're saying is it's just evolution and transformation of what we already have within us and how we look at it, isn't it? And I'd like Keshav to come in here and let us know how you look at it. I mean, one of your core themes of your company, Earth Fund, is transformation, right? I mean, that's what he was talking about, evolution and transformation. And what it means to us from a real estate perspective, please.
Sure. So when I was selected for the panel, I said, I'm only half qualified because this is on artificial intelligence. VCs are known to be artificial and known to be extremely non-intelligent. So I'll try answering half of it. Right, is, the way we look at it, and I'll just give you a quick background, right? We are the only fund in the country that comes and helps startups in the built environment and sustainability at the early stage, right? So, and, really excited to be in a place that's been fostering built environment for decades now, right? Had a chance to meet some of the panelists in the past in various roles. I think the way we at Earth Fund look at, implication of AI, we believe that ultimately the jobs that a person needs to do, when I say jobs, is the needs for which any tool or any person or any agency is hired, will continue to remain the same, right? But the outcomes and the way these outcomes are delivered will change, right? So personally, I look at it in 3 buckets, the 3 Ps, as I like to call it. The first P is personalization. Second P is productivity, right? And the third P is prescriptiveness. And I'll elaborate on each of these, right? The first P is personalization. I think there's no dearth of tools that are available, even as we stand in the country, for construction professionals. It is because they're not personalized to your use case, to your site, to your project, that creates the difficulty in adoption. So I believe it could be as simple as feeding in the data, right? Customization. So I think the personalization of software will drive the adoption, is that we are very big on. Second is the productivity, right? Like sir said earlier, it will only follow step by step, right? The same task, right? And Kush can talk about how he's using AI, but ultimately it will go down into how do you increase the productivity of your software, of your people, of your site, right? And the last part, which is prescriptiveness, is till now, we started with diagnostic, which is the, say hide in sight, Half the time, this galti kyun ho gayi, problem kya ho gayi, site mein kaam kyun nahi ho raha. 80% of the time, I think you guys are more site professionals, I sit in the AC, right? But I can assure most of the time is spent on diagnostics, right? We want to move away from diagnostic to insight, like what happened, what can do better. And lastly, using AI, because you can train on these billions of parameters, could you go into prescriptive, where you say, okay, this is what needs to be done. Okay, this is where the roadblock is. This is how you will solve it. Not giving you 5 options, but the final decision making, which probably a site engineer, site head, project head was doing. So I think those are the 3 Ps I believe will drive the transformation for technology, right? Going forward.
You used a nice word, roadblock. Perhaps a point to ponder is it a mental block, isn't it? From a business perspective, is the usage of tech, AI, or whatever we want to call it, right? If you want to keep it simplified, is it something that's driven from the culture of the top-down approach, perhaps? From that perspective, Kush, maybe you kind of had that cultural shift already. You broke that mindset, perhaps, and you created a business out of it as well. How easy it is to convince your clients, and which are the areas where AI digitalization has been adopted a lot in the recent past in India?
Just one check. Is my mic good? Yeah. Super. I think, first of all, very pertinent points. Coming to mindset, Sanjay, as you asked, I've been in a room in 2021, even 2019, pre-COVID, where when I would give my introduction and say that I'm an airline pilot and we're building a construction technology solution for you, I've had a senior industry professional turn around and tell me to my face, says, Kaptan Saab, हम लोग 40 साल से बिल्डिंग बना रहे हैं, आप हमको क्या सिखाएंगे? And I said very humbly, sir, you are probably right, but that same construction professional and company today, they are loyal customers. We managed to convince them. But I think coming back to the question regarding mindset, it is the crux of it all. I think there are 2 parts of mindset that I'll talk about real quick. One is piggybacking on what Keshav said. The first mindset has to be from us as solution providers or technology providers. We have to approach the technology from a solution point of view, not from a technology point of view. I've seen this happen a lot internally with us. We get very passionate about what we have built. And we think, oh, this is the greatest thing. Our tech guys, they're so excited. They come to me and, Kush, look at this latest feature we built. And we really have to take a step back and say, this is a great feature, but is this going to solve somebody's problem? So coming to, what Keshav said around the 3 Ps. So I think the mindset for technology companies has to be that I have to build technology that genuinely solves an industry problem around personalization, productivity, and the last P that you talked about. So that's the first mindset. Coming to the second mindset around the industry, I believe that the mindset has to come top down. We see a lot of middle-level managers who are excited. There are also middle-level managers who are fearful. And the fear comes from, is this going to take my job? Is the transparency going to be a risk for me? So the mindset has to come from the top down. It's a typical change management kind of approach where the senior leadership has to approach it from the point of view that we are adopting technology for overcoming our limitations as an organization and as people, and then empowering the subsequent teams to leverage that technology, to have a feedback loop to validate whether it's working or not, and to dispel any fears around whether it's going to take over their job or disrupt the ways of doing things. So coming back to all of this, we approach our integration of technology into the industry in 2 ways. Are we providing a solution? And secondly, is the senior leadership convinced, and then how do we help them trickle it down so that risk is not there? Coming to your question around where the adoption is largely, we are seeing adoption primarily in, which you would be well aware better than me perhaps, project management, digital twinning. We are seeing lesser, I think, a lot of interest now in generative AI solutions around design, around, can design life cycles be cut down? Can it be made easier? We are not seeing that much adoption yet, and I think that would be interesting that you guys are taking up is around AI, around analytics of predictive items, around cost management, around things like that. So a lot of exciting things happening, but I'll stop there and maybe I can build on this further.
It's quite interesting you mentioned the word design, and I wanted to ask the next question to Nikhil on this, right? How much of it is happening? I mean, are you talking into some computer and saying, I want this, and a 3D model is being generated?
So very interesting, before we deep dive into construction and discuss that, it's important for us to discuss what is happening in design right now, what are the, advancements that we have done so far. And let me tell you, my father is an architect, and from there I have seen him, sketch all the drawings by his hand. Then came AutoCAD, now BIM, right? So I have seen all that journey, and trust me, from there, people like Kush who have been, enabling the industry by, cutting on the time for which is required for the surveys. So we were working on 1,000-acre land parcel, and the typical time to do a survey wherein you need to, map down the trees and the girth of the tree and the entire site boundary. It typically takes about 3 to 4 months if you actually do it physically. With collaborating with Kush, we could do that in 3 to 4 days. So that's how technology is, enabling the industry. And why I mentioned this, because this survey becomes like input to the design. Now, on the design front, basically, if you look at the large townships, wherein these township projects go for 15 to 20 years, it becomes imperative to have all these drawings in a very formulated way and, stored in a very systematic manner so that they are available post-construction for any mishaps which are happening. Now, there is BIM, what we have already, been using. Its integration with IBMS certainly enables and, allows us to take precautionary measures if anything faulty is happening in MEP. So from that perspective, there is a large amount of, advancement which has happened, and technology has enabled all this and crashing down the timelines on the design and saving a lot of human effort as well. But interesting to see was, when I was traveling abroad, I'd been to Denmark and visited one of these architects for the concept presentation. So it was not a 3D model or a SketchUp model what they presented. They presented an AR, VR, and used that as an extensive tool, wherein all the pre-concept options were presented, and you can actually, have a look and feel and have walkthrough of all of it. So that was a very interesting concept, and especially if the promoters are non-technical, they like to, feel it, and you can actually feel the texture of the walls and everything. So I think certainly, even architects in London, they have started using this technology. So I clearly see this as the future. Imagine, we doing all the coordination meetings on the AR, VR tools. So I think clearly that's the future I see in the design advancement going forward.
And I'd like to have a personal opinion on this. I'm also an architect, an accidental architect. Only design I did was a beautification of a crematorium, and my design died after that. But having said that, what we're seeing is, right, release 13, we took to draft a A1 drawing probably for 3 weeks. And whiteness were something that used to help us a lot. Now we are talking about 3D printing a house in 3 days, right? I mean, that's the transformation Absolutely. That has come up, of course.
If I may, as recently as last week, we've been trialing conversion of 2D to 3D BIM, where we took an input of a 2D drawing from a client and we were able to turn it around into a LOD 300 BIM model in 4 hours.
Yep.
With 80% being accurate, and I think that will only get more improved as the models get stronger. But that's the disruptive change. It would have taken 900 man hours or some equivalent some consultant gave us. 4 hours with generative AI. Unbelievable. I mean, game changing.
I think even the authority is playing a major role in this. If you look at all the major infrastructure projects, they are mandating BIM. Earlier, the biggest of the architects in the country, there were a lot of resistance from them to adopt BIM. Now it's like a hygiene for even real estate projects. So I think it's the way we address about the mindset and coming top-down approach. I think that is certainly helping the industry, going forward on adopting new technologies.
True. I mean, want to come to Imanshu here, but we'll park a thought. Are we removing the human error? Are we trying to remove the human itself? But before that, Imanshu, you do a lot of infra projects, isn't it? And I'm told that adapting or adopting all these new things, trends that are happening, it's perhaps easier and faster in infra projects rather than the real estate. What's your view on that?
Hello. Yes. We have in a system we are mainly into infra projects, and that is across the sector, including energy, building, transportation projects. In transportation, mainly airport, port, and everything. So what we observed is mainly into building sector, where technology adoption is much more faster than normal infrastructure projects. Building irrespective, wherever it comes, maybe in airport, maybe in public building, maybe a data center building. But in building sector, we observed that the adoption and requirement, the demand from client is much more faster than normal infrastructure projects, just like a road or other projects. The reason being is, like in building sector, we observe that the client is much more flexible and open to think in advance. And at the same time, they might have faced many challenges during their construction, like as some of our panelists mentioned about MEP, HPAC. So these are the area where if they don't use digital technology, there is a lot of back burning or cost overrun they might have faced. So what in general we have observed is the building area is the core area where technology adoption is much more easier than the normal infrastructure.
So it's actually the other way. The buildings are easier to figure this out at the moment, isn't
Yes.
it? Just circling back to Nikhil, you just mentioned about top-down approach in your thing. How much of a policy decision is important? Because the headlines last week was the Maharashtra government mandating modular construction in roads up to 25%, and then probably in the real estate sector for 75%. I mean, it's good because apart from tech usage, it has its other benefits also. Safety is a lot better. Quality is a lot better.
So, Sanjay, before we actually get into modular construction, let us understand, forget Maharashtra, I would just say, talk about Mumbai city. What's happening in the city? We have 2,000 redevelopment projects, right? And these redevelopment projects predominantly rehab the slums or the old buildings. They have a typical building unit product, which is 300 or 350 square feet, which has to be delivered. Now, with these 2,000 projects, there is also the world's largest slum redevelopment project, which is happening in the city, which is spread across more than about 1,000 acres in the city, all across. Now, this single project is demanding about 150,000 rehab units to be rehoused in about 7 years. That calls for about 21,000 units per year and about 60 units per day. Now, understanding these numbers and absorbing this
has played out is that if the government has mandated BIM as part of the sanction, today we don't have the manpower to actually put that BIM model together. What the government has allocated or empaneled an agency to validate that BIM model, which is submitted by us. We actually went back to that agency and said, listen, can you create it for us? So we subcontracted it to them. They created it. Then we submitted it back to them. They validated it. The only people that have made money in this is that agency itself. And they said that, he was saying that it's not really added value to the project itself. And that's why I hold close very, very closely that understanding and cost benefit analysis is perhaps something we'll talk about here. But the leadership in the industry and all of you here who are existing leaders and potential upcoming leaders, for you to understand the cost benefit of deploying technology. And even at Yellow Sky, we turn around and say, listen, our technology may not be right for you, but open your mind to evaluating the cost benefit for the technology and be open to technology, not because it's mandated, because it's actually good for your project. So I don't think mandate is going to work in the long run.
Exactly, but what we are hearing is there are too many tools in the air, right? I mean, BIM is also a tool. There's other things, digital twins and all that. But the BIM model is no use if I do a nice 3D model, design-based model, and I don't use that for cost, I don't use that for time, I don't use that for facility management, I don't use that for energy modeling, because the model stops its functionality then. So then, looking back, we're probably looking at, is there a platform, a digital platform where we get all these tools and have a common goal, which is, you know, the building is going to be completed in 5 years, but it's going to live for 50, 60 years after that. Can I just, too much construction, right? I mean, can I just bring you back a little bit and ask, what's not happening in India from your perspective, or something that we could take inspiration from, say something happening in US as we all look towards normally?
Yeah. So it's very interesting listening to, you know, all of you, because what I see here is the slow, you know, formalization of an industry, standardization of an industry.
Absolutely.
Okay. And here is something interesting. There are industries which formalized before even IT came in. Okay, they formalized in a different way. Then there are industries like our lending industry, for example, small scale lending industry, which formalized after IT came in. And so it took a very different shape. But all these industries actually became standard before AI. Right? So like we work with pharma, for example. You mentioned US. So we work with companies, law firms in US. Okay. Now law firms in US, law is not a standard industry, but they all use IT in US, right? Like they have systems to manage litigations. So law is divided in litigation and non-litigation, which is mainly contract. So they have systems for all of these things. So they did their standardization when AI was not there, okay? So it is now they are finding it how AI will fit into these things. Right? I'm trying to say something.
Yeah. No, we're good. Good.
Okay.
So, I mean, basically, what you're trying to say is, it's data at the end of the day, right? Historical data.
Not only data, but also the processes.
Standardized.
Right? Can I ask a question? It's like saying that when we are trying to work with customers through the life cycle, we try to define a standard information exchange model, right from design to go live over 80 years. An activity which could be casting foundation. What are the standard activities associated with that, and what's the activity code that can be carried forward to the running live? I'm just thinking, is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah.
Where we standardize information exchange models.
Information as well as processes.
As well as processes.
For example, if you apply for a loan in a bank, the entire process is not only formalized in that bank, but is more or less the same in every bank.
Right.
This, as an industry, it has standardized, right? So they are implementing AI in a different way. So their processes are there. Like we implemented, in my earlier venture, we had a hospital information system, and we went to Indian hospitals who are one of the worst in terms of standardization. So it was a very tough game. But what we can look forward to in construction, and I'll be very interested observer of this phenomena, is when we see an industry getting standardized with the help of AI. You know, which will be I don't know what that will be, but you and me, we will be both witness to that phenomena, because from day one now, you are talking about, you know, I'm sure when you are collecting the data from drone, you are using some kind of models to extract data from there, right?
Absolutely.
So this is going to be very interesting.
The lady just gave me a note that she'll drag me out if I don't complete this in a few more minutes. If you don't mind. Sorry about that. Again, Himanshu, let's address the elephant in the room, right? And we had a great HR summit yesterday as well. What does it mean to us, do I have a job tomorrow?
Yes, of course. So I think that point comes from whether AI will take up the job of many people or not, right? So the answer is AI will definitely help to increase the productivity, but not losing the job. But at the end of the day, because AI will be controlled by human only. So ultimately, it will be a human brain, which is made by God, which will not replace by AI at all. So ultimately, it will be controlled, AI will be controlled by human brain. So of course, irrespective it is white collar job or blue collar is way ahead, but it will remain.
Can I
Kush,
just
probably
add
a
one
final
sentence to
question on that one to you here. What's the advice to the collegia here, or the academics here? What do you think they need to be probably changing from your experience?
So I think, it'll be, am I audible? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It'll be like the Jivan's paradox, right? Which is, tomorrow, earlier you were doing 21 days to make one drawing, then you went to 2D, then you went to 3D. Now all your clients will ask you for generating that design that you did in 4 days, in 4 hours rather, which earlier you were taking 9 weeks. So the intensity will grow. Right? But having said that, I think it's a cliche that, AI will not take your job, people with AI will take your job. But I still genuinely believe that there'll be a continuous need to upskill.
Correct.
I think what you could go, because, ours is a fairly dinosaurous industry, right? Yeah. Concrete वैसे ही pour हो रहा है, right? Cycle times will change. I think that is what will change, right? I think earlier what has remained standard, and I'll just add one line on that data piece. There was a lot of data points that are there in the industry, but they were not being captured. Okay. Now that data will get captured. Today, the information on what went wrong in XYZ building, right, will not flow back. But when he's building 60 homes a day, he will sit on every building in precast and make sure that cycle time, first building that took 9 months should come down to 7 months or what so. I think that will drive the efficiency, and it will not be redundancy of jobs, right? I mean, we'll continue to serve the need at a higher level. And that is, we have to increase as humans, have to be higher than the artificial intelligence. Else, yes, it will take away our job.
I do something today for 20 minutes. I should be doing that for 19 minutes, 59 seconds at least tomorrow, right? And that's what it is.
I think cycle time is the name.
Yeah. Quick rapid fire before we wind this up. Imanshu, what's the craziest thing that you think is going to happen because of all this in the Indian construction industry in the foreseeable future?
If we consider, I think, if India want to stand out with all other developed or fast-moving economy, India has to, either create that culture or incentivize the industry, particularly construction industry, so that more and more adaptation of digitization, maybe AI or maybe any other tool, can happen. So that is it.
Anyone else?
I'll take a stab, maybe. Right, I think everyone thought that the blue-collar jobs will be replaced by AI and robots, but what we are seeing is the most high-profile jobs of coding, design are being replaced. So I think that's a great time for all the people in this room. We are building real-world assets, so hopefully our placements get better, our jobs get recognized even more, and I think that is my crazy wish for India's built environment, that people look up at the skills that are being brought by civil engineers, by people in the built world, are equally valuable as compared to a coder making 200,000 a year.
Nikhil, final vote. Can I order my home on Amazon?
So I think I would say, there is a, going forward, what I look at the construction industry is, a clear dark factory setup of precast plants, That's where we are going to go, maybe 5 years or 7 years down the line. Just to let you know, the dark factory concept is where there are no labors at all. It's run by robots. And from construction, we are going to migrate to, manufacture and erect. I think that's the complete construction disruption, just to conclude.
On that note, thank you, Digital Transformers. I don't know if we have time for Q&As. No, I'm told there's no time for Q&A. There's lunch served there. We can talk there. We are all light eaters, so we can talk. Thank you, everyone, for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you, Sanjay.
What an engaging discussion this has been. As we come to the end of this insightful discussion, I would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to our panelists. Your expertise, perspective, and thought-provoking insights have truly enriched this conversation. We deeply appreciate the time and the effort you took to be with us today.
A special thank you to our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Atanki sir, for steering this insightful deliberation, and our sincere appreciation for audience as well for listening to this. Now we will proceed for lunch break till 2:20 p.m. Venue for lunch for the students will be MBH. Students are instructed to leave from the top middle gates, and the food coupons will be distributed to you near the gates. For dignitaries and alumni, it will be at VIP lunch area. Panel 2 discussion will start after the lunch. I request all dignitaries to leave from the left gate.
सेशन अपने पैनल डिस्कशन के पहले हो गया और हाफ एन आवर का सेशन पैनल दोनों पैनल डिस्कशन के बाद हो है ना वो कर दिया नाउ टेल मी He said start.
Day at the Aspire 2.0 Global Alumni Meet 2025 at Nicmar University, Pune.
We are honored to have with us Mr. Kedar Boye, a proud Nicmarian from 2004 batch and a distinguished business coach at Charge Up Life. Mr. Kedar will lead us through an interactive session designed to foster connections and share insights.
Through his work, Mr. Kedar has empowered countless professionals and entrepreneurs to unlock their full potential. We invite you all to engage wholeheartedly and make the most out of this enriching exchange. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Hey, thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon. Well, you know what? It's the graveyard shift, and I've accepted the graveyard shift. Yeah, because you just all had your lunch, right? So this shift is one of the most difficult shifts, and I think the Agni committee and Nicmar alumni said कि यहाँ पे जितनी मस्ती की है अभी उसका बदला ले रहे हैं मेरे से. So they just told me that this is your shift, and you're gonna go ahead and help people understand why you are here today. So let me ask you guys, all those who are right now in the room, क्यों आए हो? It's an interesting question, right? Why are you here? Okay. To connect to your roots, okay, somebody here, that's nostalgia, okay? Yes? Oh, so to know, okay, to know the people of the past, कैसे लोग यहाँ आए थे और अब, okay, wonderful. Anybody else? I had a nice laughter there. Go ahead, whatever it was. Why are you here? Anybody? To laugh? I love that. Thank you so much. Can we have a loud applause for him? He's here to laugh. Okay. Any other reason? To collaborate. Wonderful. Brilliant. Okay. What do you think? The first row. I will come to you. BK is very clear. Networking. ये इतना भारी शब्द networking, इसके बारे में I'm going to talk. Okay, we'll talk about networking. But right now, anybody else there? Somebody said something very interesting. What did you say, sir? I heard of something that starts with V. To share a vision or to get a vision or build a vision? Both. Okay, wonderful. I like that. Okay, yes? Oh, to feel 20 years. Okay, how many of you are here to feel 20 years younger? Okay. Only the first row, guys. Okay, only the first. Okay. Okay, wonderful. So, you know what? Right now, I have two simple questions for all of you, those who are here right now in the room. How many of you would love to have a lot more money in your life? Yeah, some of you did not hear my question. I'm going to repeat my question. How many of you would love to have a lot more money in your life? I'm seeing that. Okay. And how many of you would love to have a lot more happiness in your life? And how many of you want both happiness and paisa, dono? क्या बात है. तो आप एकदम सही रूम में हो. Okay, I am Kedar Bhoye. I am a business coach. I am a national trainer. And सबसे पहली चीज मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहूंगा is thank you. Thank you for being back on time. I mean, you are also a Nicmarian. Oh yes, I am coming to that. So I have my backstory also to it, but thank you so much for reminding me. Of course, it is so much of nostalgia walking to these corridors back again. Yes, I am a 2005 pass out Nicmarian. So exactly 20 years ago, this is the same place where I had wonderful times. In fact, structure ही नहीं था इधर. यहाँ तो हमारी hostel की building थी, exactly this space, and that was the brand new hostel building which we were the first to occupy it in 2003 and passed out in 2005. So, but the first thing which I said, I want to thank each one of you for being in the room. And this quick session, which as I said, it is a session which is a graveyard shift. So, ये session में हम लोग 3 ground rules के साथ काम करने वाले, ताकि ये session में आपको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हैप्पीनेस मिले और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप पैसे कैसे जनरेट कर सकते हो इसके बारे में सीखने मिले. तो क्या हम ये 3 ground rules के साथ काम कर सकते हैं? Yes. पता भी नहीं कौन से ground rule, and you're saying yes. Okay, some of them at the back, they are like, पता नहीं क्या पूछने वाले हैं, हम हाथ नहीं उठाने वाले. Right at the back, they are like very clear, no hands up. Okay, let me give you just 3 ground rules. We're going to have these for these next 20-25 minutes, which I'm going to be here interacting with all of you guys. Okay, the first thing I believe, everything is one thing, everything is energy. सब कुछ energy. Right now, these plants are a form of energy. The stage is a form of energy. The chair on which you are sitting is a form of? You are a form of? Money is a form of? High energy. Money is high energy. और अगर आपको लाइफ में बहुत पैसा चाहिए ना, तो you need to put in a lot of energy. So quickly, जो आपके बाजू में पर्सन बैठा ना, उसको ऐसा एक कोनी मारो और उसको एक हाई फाई दो और उसको बोलो, money is energy. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Some of you are like, मेरे बाजू में कोई नहीं, तो उठ के जाओ किसी के बाजू में. Okay, that's the first ground rule that we are going to do. We are going to put full energy. So how many of you are ready to put full energy? Okay, wonderful. The second ground rule which I'm going to talk to you is about how you do anything is how you do everything. तो अगर आज के इस पूरे दिन के इस wonderful event में आपने अगर अपना 100% दिया, तो लाइफ में, घर में, in everywhere you will get 100%. So how many of you are ready to give 100%? Yes. Okay, wonderful. I can see some hands. They're like here. ये 10% है. This is 50% and this is 100%. So how many of you are ready to give 100%? Awesome. Give your partner a high five and tell them buy 100% देना है. Okay, wonderful. वो 100% देना है वाला high five कैसा था पता है? 100% देना है. Come on guys, high energy. Quickly turn to the person next to you, look into their eyes, give them a high five and say 100% देना है. I love that. Awesome. And the third ground rule. Now, third ground rule is actually based on a wonderful interview which I was watching of 2 super amazing gentlemen. There was this guy who is considered to be investment like Mahaguru across the globe. Who's that? Warren Buffett. Absolutely. And the other guy, the Windows expert. Bill Gates. Absolutely. Okay. In दोनों का interview चल रहा था. Interviewer asked them both, okay, sir, can you tell me one word? Can you define what is that one word that defines success? And I want both of you to write that one word on a piece of paper and fold it and hand it over to me. And they said, okay, fair enough. They wrote a word. Both of them wrote a word. It folded and gave it to him. He took the paper, he opened the chit, and he was like, oh my God, both have written the same 5-letter word. And that word was F-O-C-U-S, focus. If you have focus, you can achieve absolutely anything. So if you stay focused here today, the whole idea why Nicmar has brought this event to you guys is so that you can stay focused to achieve everything that you want in your life. So how many of you are going to stay focused today? Yes? Give a high five to your partner and tell them, stay focused. Give them one more high five and tell them, get up. Okay, wonderful, super. Okay, so you are going to stay focused. Focused on what? The whole idea of focus is focus on what? What do I really want to achieve? Anybody has a massive dream? Anybody bold enough to stand here and tell, okay, this is my massive dream? Yes, sir. I'll come to you, sir. Go ahead. Right. Loudly. Which batch Nicmarian? Current batch. Okay, go ahead. Okay, You want to develop his own construction firm? That's a start. Wonderful, super. Anybody else? Yes, sir. I'll come to you. The next one is you. I'm sorry.
Career and all that I will build on my own.
Okay. What's your massive dream?
Massive dream of my life is I will live life so magnificent that I will write my own biography and everyone will be happy after me.
Oh my God. Okay, what's your name, sir? Huh? Pratyush. Pratyush, I love what you're saying, thinking. Okay, keep standing. Can you formulate this? But what kind of life would you have if you are able to think about that? You'll be able to achieve it faster. Just not the biography. Us biography mein kya likhoge? Write it today. You will actually achieve it faster. Okay, wonderful. Sir.
Yeah, recently we launched a company, Onyx Ventures Private Limited. Onyx stand for Awesome Nicmar.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
And my dream is to, till 2040, to make it a $1 billion company.
2040, $1 billion company. Thunderous applause. Guys, I want you to quickly, in case if you have a pen and paper, please pull out a pen and paper and write what is that one massive goal that I want to achieve, and with such clarity. He had a date. By 2040, he wants to make a $1 billion company. That's a very specific goal. Do you have one? If not, make one. Make one goal. It could be a small goal, that's okay. But write one goal right now and share it with a partner. Share it with a partner. Go ahead, share, talk. Business class में बैठ के बात नहीं करोगे चलेगा नहीं, बात करो. You guys are in business class here. Okay, but go ahead, still. Okay, everybody at the back, did you share? उनको अकेला मत छोड़ो, अकेले बैठे हुए. हाँ सर, अकेले क्यों बैठे हो? जाओ बैठो उनके साथ, बोलो ये मेरा गोल है, सुनो. Okay, everybody given a goal? Okay. How many of you want to achieve that goal faster? I'm having a look at the room and I can see practically everybody saying unko wo goal aur tezi se chahiye. And the best part, guys, you are here today at this wonderful event of Aspire 2.0, and the idea that Aspire 2.0 has is you achieve your goals faster. But you can achieve your goals faster only if you take action. And one of the brilliant ways of reaching goals faster, other than taking action in terms of going out and doing things, is also building a powerful network. You should know the right people at the right time, at the right place to achieve success. If you know the right people at the right time, at the right place, you can achieve absolutely anything. Be it a placement that you are looking at, or be it a contract that you want to order, or be it the employee that you want to hire, or be it the automation that you want in your company. Whatever that you want, you need to have a powerful network. And that's the beauty of Nicmar alumni, that we have a massive network. But we have never learned how to network. Sir, may I ask this question sir, do we have a subject called networking? We have a subject called networking in courses? Sir, no university in the world has a subject called networking, unfortunately. Yeah, human networking. We have AI, but we don't have networking. And that is where human connection is lost. The whole idea is networking is the most powerful way of reaching anywhere faster. If you know the right people at the right time, you can reach things and do things faster. But you should know how to network. We have never been taught how to network. No course in any of the universities teaches networking. I come from a background where I train almost close to 14 varieties of workshops on networking in an organization which is the world's largest networking organization called as BNI, present in 79 countries. And I teach people how to network. And that's why I'm talking of networking to all of you guys here right now. So if you want to network, the first rule of networking is, did you meet a lot of new strangers? Yes? How many had the confidence to go across, shake hands with a stranger, and network with them? At least 10 strangers you did here today. 10 strangers. Okay, you both, no, not allowed. Okay, wonderful, 10 strangers. 10 strangers, I love that. Guys, and 10 strangers is a small goal, but yes, it's a goal that they had and they did with something about it. But we have never learned how to network. How do you introduce yourself? And the introduction should be in a way that it creates a RRR effect. Not the movie. Okay? The RRR effect is you should be remembered, recalled, and referred for whatever that you're looking at. So the moment you network, you should be able to create a RRR effect. And I'm going to quickly teach you how to do that. How many of you want to learn that? Wow, everybody wants to learn that. Okay, wonderful. So let's quickly learn how do you create that high impact. Now the first thing is, I have a simple question to all of you. Do you have something special that you have achieved till date in your career or in your position or in your company? How many of you have that? Something special, something unique. Boss? Okay, I'll again question. How many of you have done something unique, something good, something special that you believe about yourself has happened already? Something. That's it. I'm going to still wait. And I'm looking at all of you guys. Okay. How many of you had a breakfast? Okay. In the recent past, did you have a wonderful breakfast? That is also a good thing that happened to you, okay? So it could be as simple as that, but I'm asking you, in your job or in your career, any good thing. Okay, I would love to hear from somebody, anybody. Anything that you feel that, yes, I have done something, I'm good at this. Or I'm extremely good, or because of which I save people's money, time, effort, anybody. Brilliant opportunity to speak in front of the room. Yes, ma'am, right there at the back. You are raising your hand or you're waving to somebody. Oh my God, am I bad? I'm so sorry. Okay, anybody else? Sir, I've given you a chance. Agar koi nahi mila to papas, Irfan, I'm going to come to you. Okay? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Can you just rise so that all eyes on you and you get the visibility? Yeah. What's your name? Harpreet. Okay? Okay. Okay. What is that one good thing about you? There's a mic for you so that everybody gets.
So I'm very good at understanding how an organization functions on the very down level, and then to digitalize it and put it into perspective and use some kind of system so that everything is on the system and on the records.
Okay. Okay. Now, keep the mic. You are my guinea pig. Okay? What's your name, ma'am?
Harpreet.
Harpreet, please don't mind. Okay. So Harpreet right now tried to introduce herself. And this is how most of us, in case if you are confident enough, will at least introduce this. Where she said something about her, which was good. She's able to understand how an organization works at a ground level is what you told, right? And because of which?
Because of which I can digitalize it.
You can digitalize things. Have you done that for any company?
Yes.
Okay. For whom?
So I was working with Azure Interiors, which is into the interior segment of HNI.
So you were able to digitalize something for them?
Yes.
What did happen to them? Did it save their cost, time, anything?
They saved their energy of finding things.
Energy of?
Finding things.
A lot of things were getting lost. People lost in?
In finding the selections.
Okay. What things have got selected?
So for interior designers, majorly what they do is they figure out what finishes are going to go where, right? And when they're not able to channelize it correctly,
right,
it gets lost in the translations of reaching out to the project team.
Perfect. So something is selected and it doesn't reach out to the project team. अरे ये select हुआ था उन्होंने तो कुछ और ही लगा दिया. Okay. Okay. So you are able to identify things clearly, or you are able to digitalize things so that people find things faster.
Yes.
Okay. And so that a lot of man hours can be saved. So are you good at saving a lot of man hours?
Good.
Guys, understand this. You need to break it down. What you do, and if you are able to make it crisp. Harpreet. So hi, I am Harpreet. I am able to digitalize systems in companies and save man hours. If you would have met Harpreet and she would have said this, would you have been impressed with her? The next time somebody says, "Arey yaar, man hours bachane," the first person that comes to your mind is Harpreet. This is the kind of introduction you do about yourself which can create an impact right then and there. Yeah, you can give her an applause. Super, Harpreet. And thank you, Harpreet, that you took the opportunity to tell everybody, पूरे auditorium में किसी को chance नहीं मिला, Harpreet को मिला, and everybody knows what Harpreet does. So awesome, Harpreet. Thank you so much for taking that up. Now, this is the kind of introduction if you do in a networking event, even if you are a student. Thank you, Harpreet. You can take a seat. Thank you. Okay, even if you are a student, academician, or a business owner, or any other aspect of your life, if you are able to introduce so powerfully, people will remember you, recall you, and refer you at the right time. But you need to tell about yourself. I want you, all of you, to quickly practice this exercise right now. So everybody has to find a partner. Okay. And ये activity कैसे करनी है? ऐसे बैठ के नहीं. Everybody quickly on the count of 3, rise. 1, 2, 3, stand up. Everybody stand up, 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 stand up. बोले कहाँ उठा दिया, उठो. Okay. How much minutes? 5 minutes? 2 minutes? I have that much more? Yes. क्या बात, इन्होंने मेरे को extra time दिया. Okay, everybody stand. Okay. Okay, find one partner. Only one and only one partner. You can't have two partners. One partner. No, you मिलेगा. Anybody who doesn't have a partner, raise a hand. Oh, देखो, sir, उधर, भागो उधर, फटाफट. Okay, quickly, everybody, raise your right hand. Everybody, raise your right hand. Everybody, right hand, wave your fingers, fast, faster. Everybody, right hand, fingers. Okay, only to your partner, face to face. Stand face to face with your fingers like this. Face to face. Everybody with your partner. Okay, give your partner a high five and tell them hi. Okay, now, hold on. To this partner, you have to create an introduction of yourself, of how good you are. The way Harpreet introduced herself. Right now, this is go ahead and introduce to this partner your name, whatever that you are doing, and what you are extremely good at. And if you have a small story about it, you can tell that. But all of this to be done in flat 20 seconds. Go ahead, 20 seconds starts now. Talk. Okay, 20 seconds done, switch. Other partner starts talking. Sir, stand. बैठने नहीं बोला मैंने. Sir, graveyard shift में हूँ मैं. Okay, wonderful. Give your partner a high five and tell them, you are awesome. Okay, keep standing. ये तो ट्रायल बॉल था, क्योंकि अभी तो बाजू में तो फ्रेंड ही बैठा है. Find quickly a new partner, a stranger, जिसको आप जानते नहीं हो. Go ahead, quickly do that. Find a stranger. Go, move. Find a stranger. Go ahead, move. करना वही है लेकिन stranger. Okay. Your time starts now. Go. Find a stranger. वो पीछे खड़े हैं, उनसे बात. अच्छा, मुझसे बात करने आ गए. Okay, wonderful. Yes, hi.
My name is Nikhil Mahajan. I'm from the placement department. I help students unstuck in their career by helping them crack interviews.
Awesome. I love that. Super duper. Thank you. Pleasure. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Stop. I hope both have spoken. Give your partner a high five and tell them you're awesome. Give them one more high five and tell them go back to your seat. Okay, guys. Yeah, I said said, go back to your seat. वो आपके partner ने आपको point करके बोल दिया, sir, go back to your seat. Okay, wonderful. Super. I can see that everybody is back in their seats. You know, पहला बॉल ट्रायल था, दूसरा बॉल भी ट्रायल ही था. Okay, because right now it was an experience which you just had. Right now I have just set some wheels in motion. Can I build better something on this? How many of you think you can do even better than what you did right now? I'm sure all of you felt you can do better. The whole idea is, this is the place where we are going to learn how to network with each other, so that networking can help us generate more connections, more money, more happiness. That's where I started today's, some minutes back. And that's what I'm going to do with you guys. So right now I've given you something where I want you to go back, ponder and think, इसको मैं और बेहतर कैसे कर सकता हूँ? इसमें कुछ और ला सकते हैं क्या? And right now whatever I've taught you is level 1. LKG level चीज सिखाई है. How many of you want advanced stuff? सबको एडवांस स्टफ चाहिए. पार्टिसिपेट कोई कर नहीं रहा था थोड़ी देर पहले. सबको एडवांस स्टफ चाहिए. इनफैक्ट आई एम ग्रेटफुल दैट निकमार एंड द अग्नि कमिटी हैज थॉट दैट इनको एडवांस स्टफ आज ही देना है. लेकिन वो एडवांस स्टफ देने के लिए मैं 2 पैनल डिस्कशन के बाद आऊंगा. टिल देन वेट फॉर दैट. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू. ओके, श्योर.
Thank you, sir, for such an interactive session, for sharing your valuable insights on networking and experiences with us.
BK also wants to add something. Go ahead, BK.
So you have asked direct goal, right?
Yeah.
So I will give a direct goal to the college. Sir, make a helipad in next 10 days at 2035. We'll be landing with a helicopter.
Whoa! BK, I love that.
Now I request Dr. Anil Agarwal, Dean Academics, to kindly felicitate Mr. Kedar. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir.
हेलीपैड हमारे पास था, लेकिन अभी हमने बिल्डिंग बना दी. अभी बिल्डिंग
Okay.
हेलीपैड बनाएंगे.
Thank you so much.
Very nice imaging.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Without further ado, let's begin our second panel discussion for the day. The exchange of ideas continue as we move forward to yet another exciting and thought-provoking session.
The theme for this discussion is seizing new opportunities and innovation-driven global capability center landscape. In an era where businesses are rapidly evolving, global capability centers have emerged as key drivers of innovation, efficiency, and strategic growth. Today, we have an esteemed panel of industry leaders and visionaries who will share their perspectives on leveraging new opportunities in this dynamic landscape. We now request all our distinguished panelists and our moderator to kindly come up onto the stage and take their seats. Yes.
Leadership and delivery teams to implement proactive risk management strategies. His expertise lies in assessing high-impact risk and ensuring mitigation strategies for large-scale projects.
We're also honored to have Mr. Abhay Tiwari, Director, Work Dynamics at JLL. He is a seasoned professional with over 16 years of experience in the commercial real estate industry. He is also the Indian lead for sustainability representing JLL at various Asia-Pacific platforms.
Our next distinguished panelist is Mr. Imran Pathan, the Director, Honest Ventures Private Limited. With over more than 20 years of experience in the information technology industry, Mr. Pathan has held leadership roles in workforce management, business consulting, and civil engineering projects. His contributions have been significant in streamlining business solutions and IT infrastructure.
And joining this panel is Mr. Vineet Dungarwal, Managing Director, AMS Project Consultants Private Limited. With 2 decades of leadership in real estate and construction consultancy, he has delivered large-scale commercial, residential, and industrial projects across India.
And now, introducing our moderator for the session, Mr. Siddharth Nahata, Chief Executive Officer, Gig Factory. A strategic leader and entrepreneur, he brings deep insight into scaling innovation-driven business and building strong tech-forward operational models. With all our panelists and moderator now on stage, we take this opportunity to express our heartfelt appreciation for their valuable presence.
We now request Dr. Ms. Sushma S. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, Nicmar University, Pune, and Dr. Jonathan Connet, Dean Career Services, International Affairs, and Alumni Relations, and Dr. Vandana Bhavsar, Head Alumni Relations, to kindly felicitate our distinguished guests with a token of appreciation.
Yes. We now invite Mr. Abhijit Gadke, Senior Project Controls and Planning Professional, to kindly come ahead for felicitation.
Thank you, sir. May we now request Mr. Sagar Ashok Roth, Senior Risk Manager at Kidia City, Jasara Project Management Company, to kindly come forward to accept the honor.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we request Mr. Abhay Tiwari, Director, Work Dynamics at JLL, to step forward for the felicitation.
Thank you, sir. May we now invite Mr. Imran Pathan, Director, Onyx Ventures Private Limited, to kindly come ahead to accept the honor of gratitude.
Thank you so much, sir. We request Mr. Vineet Dungarwal, Managing Director, AMS Project Consultants Private Limited, to step forward for the felicitation.
Thank you, sir. And finally, we request our moderator, Mr. Siddharth Nahata, CEO, Gig Factory, to kindly come ahead for the felicitation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You may kindly take your seats in the front row.
With that, now we hand over the session to our moderator, Mr. Siddharth Nahata, to take the discussion forward. Let's give a big round of applause as we begin this insightful conversation.
Thank you, Uday. Thank you, Sai, for a very warm introduction. First of all, the energy that Kedar had given just 5 minutes ago, I want all of you to keep that energy flowing and your minds up and running. Of course, you can think about your introduction again, but mind you, the conversation that we have is the future. The first panel did talk about innovation and AI, right? But with all of that, how it is going to impact our lives. This panel, seizing new opportunities in the innovation-driven global capacity center landscape. And this is where all the panelists have deep expertise on, right? So without much ado, what I would want to do is, let's break down what is GCC for each one of them and a context with which we can further have the discussion. So, Abhay, I'll start with you. What's your understanding of GCC, and for us as Nicmarians, in the field and the role that you have, how do you look at GCCs today?
Okay. Siddharth, to answer your question, is it working? Okay. So I'll talk in terms of GCC on the two contexts. One, what is GCC? It started with the IT thing. You know, they came, we became the back office of the world. Now it's no more that thing anymore. Now you've got all your Mercedes-Benz, your Atlas Copcos, all your manufacturing people who are having their research and innovation labs in India. So it may be an outdated figure, but I'll give you a small example. Atlas Copco has their own R&D facility here in Pune, okay, which is around 1,000-seater facility. So that is a form of global capability center what we are looking at, okay. Pune is already, I'll talk about the local, some micro market. Pune is one of the favorites for two things, IT and engineering, only those two things. Looking at a macro perspective, pan-India on the global, you have got R&D labs, you have got pharma R&D labs in India, you have got, prototyping labs in India. These are all comprising of GCC. Now, what is GCC? I've explained you. Now, understanding the quantum of GCC. There are 1,950 GCCs working in India currently. And in another 2 years, they are poised to cross over 2,500. That is the potential what we have. The next thing is, all these 1,950 GCCs, they comprise real estate, they take real estate of 250 million square feet. So that is the quantum of real estate being consumed by GCC right now. And overall office space, what you look at in the last year in 2024 has been, in some estimates, in JLL estimates, it's 77 million square feet. Some of the other independents, they give as higher as 83 million square feet. Out of which around 28 million square feet has been consumed by GCC in the last year alone. So that's a broader.
So that's a big impact, we can say, of what GCC puts at in our real estate, right? So Sagar, you work with Qiddiya, and you take care of the entire sports division of Qiddiya City. So can you just walk us through how do a client, being in the client firm, how does a client see the GCC? How do they think about the risk? And how, as in your position, how you see India contributing in terms of GCC?
Yeah, so considering the Qiddiya City, it's one of the flagship PIF project, and I was fortunate enough to join that company last 1 year ago. Previously to that, I was in another PIF company in Jeddah. So it focused on smart city development. The scale of that city is like 500 square kilometers at least. And the scope is evolving every month, okay? So unless you be in the site meetings with the leadership, the GCCs will not be updated on the scope, on the schedule. For example, we created a master plan in January 2025. Coming to the March, almost there were like 30% variations approved by His Royal Highness, the King of Saudi. Because the requirements from FIFA changed. The requirements from PIF, financial companies in the local market, they changed the requirements. So the funding, cash flows change. And they started to accelerate some assets and then delay some assets. So GCC should be able to capture such strategic decisions, okay, at CEO level. And I feel that communication bridge is currently missing. I know that GCC should encompass AI, ML capabilities, working on ecosys, PMIS, but at the same time, they should be more focused on strategic requirement of client. If, for example, if I'm a director of a project and I want a master plan and schedule in the March end, and then GCC will reply me, sir, we were not aware. We need 1 more month. It's not acceptable for clients.
Right.
So I think that strategic gap we should fill through the GCCs.
Super. A wonderful insight from a client perspective. Here we are all interested in building GCCs in India and the innovation that we can bring. But from a client seat, this is the current gap that is existing. And if we can fill those gaps and address those issues, we have a great future. So we've heard from a consultant, a client. Let's go deep further to Abhijit. And Abhijit, if you can give your perspective, because you are into data centers, right? You are already a GCC for an Irish company. So how do you look at GCC being already one such?
Right. Hello. Okay, great. So, as one of my fellow panelists already says, GCC 10 years back 12 years back, it's a back office. Scenario has changed. I would say is a global catalyst center. We are there, India is there. See, there are a lot of factors to it, and all the global companies have recognized that. First of all, we have a talent pool. Second, geographical location. So we are a center, we can connect south to west to east. Third, we are a great infrastructure, policies, and we are a youth, or we are going ahead a digital transformation. So these 4-5 elements makes India as a great for the GCC. Coming back to your second part where you're saying, yes, we are already established in India. So we have 2 offices in Mumbai and Bangalore. So as I say, we are a data center company. So sitting in the India, what we are doing basically, the counter partner sitting in the America or Australia, the center of excellence happens from the India. So whatever the layouts, drawings are coming up, we are a heart of the, what I can say, heart of the services, where entire scheduling, entire quantification, BOQ preparation is done in the India, again going back, giving back to the counter partner. So advantage of having that, we are having equivalent, what you can say, single source of controlling. So any part of the region, if they want something, we are there, immediately we are sourcing them what is they required, which enable us to standardization as well. So whatever we are doing, all the standardization for the UK region, same is for the Australia region. So that's give advantage of the client. And second thing, again, we are moving from service oriented to the deep challenging or a corporate level now. So they are not looking India as only for the service perspective. We are into AL, we are ML, we are into cloud computing. So they are also looking in that perspective that India, yes, India is going ahead. And not only for like data center, there are the healthcare sectors, there are automation, automobiles, all the sectors are looking into the same field now, as India as a GCC.
Wonderful. We'll come back to India versus the rest of the globe later on in the panel. But let me take a moment to understand from Imran his perspective on let's make GCC a very easy definition for our audience, and let's also bring in a perspective of your expertise of sustainability and energy. So if you could throw some of the light on your perspective.
Am I audible? GCC को समझना है तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये जानना पड़ेगा कि क्या GCC नहीं है. What is the difference between GCC and outsourcing? GCC कोई नई बात नहीं है. GCC is there for 20-25 years in India. हिताची का पहला GCC हैदराबाद में 2005 में खुला था. Okay, and till now the India GCC of Hitachi has filed around 2,000 patents. So India में GCC बहुत पुरानी बात है. We have to bifurcate कि GCC किसको बोलना है और आउटसोर्सिंग किसको बोलना है. GCC का पहला सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि GCC में पेरेंट कंपनी का ओनरशिप रहता है. पेरेंट कंपनी का वो ऑफशोर ऑफिस रहता है, या तो डायरेक्ट ऑफिस रहेगा या फिर जेवी के थ्रू रहेगा. आउटसोर्सिंग में कैसा होता है, आउटसोर्सिंग में नॉन क्रिटिकल एक्टिविटीज़ को आउटसोर्स किया जाता है टू अदर कंपनीज. यहाँ पे कैसा होता है, इनोवेशन को, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट को प्रमोट किया जाता है. इसके पीछे एक लॉजिक आप समझो, इसके अंदर बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज कर रही हैं रिस्क मैनेजमेंट. पैंडेमिक में हम लोगों ने सबने देखा है कि मान लो किसी कंट्री में कोई पैंडेमिक आ जाता है तो वहाँ सब लॉकडाउन हो जाता है. अगर मान लो एक कंपनी के रिसोर्सेज एक ही कंट्री में इकट्ठा हैं और वहाँ कुछ ऐसा गलत हो जाता है या फिर वॉर हो जाता है या कुछ हो जाता है तो एवरीबॉडी विल बी स्टक. तो नाउ व्हाट दे आर डूइंग, दे आर डाइवर्सिफाइंग. मतलब वो अपने रिस्क को मिटिगेट करने के लिए उसको क्या करें कि अभी यूएस में अगर कोई काम कर रहा है, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में काम हो रहा है, तो उसमें ऑलमोस्ट 40% आर इंडियंस. सो व्हाट यूएस कंपनीज आर थिंकिंग कि हम इंडिया से लोग आके हमारे यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं, तो लेट अस गो टू इंडिया, फॉर्म आवर ऑफिस देयर एंड गिव द एम्प्लॉयमेंट टू द पीपल. हम लोगों को एडवांटेज क्या मिलेगा कि मान लो लग्जमबर्ग है कंट्री, उसके अंदर मिनिमम वेज ही $4,000 है. ओके, इफ यू गेट दैट वर्क टू इंडिया, वहाँ पे हम लोगों को कम दाम में ये करके मिलेगा. एट द सेम टाइम हम लोगों को पावरफुल एजुकेटेड रिसोर्सेस मिलेंगे, एंड जो कॉस्टिंग हम लोगों का यहाँ पे मदर कंट्री में हो रहा है वो नहीं होगा. सो दिस इज द बेसिक डिफरेंस बिटवीन GCC and outsourcing.
Wonderful. And we'll come back to the point of cost, how India is able to serve on a lesser cost, but we'll have some points around that. But let me first ask to Vineet, Vinit, as a project management consultant, you worked with a lot of corporate clients, multinational companies, right? How do you look at creating GCCs in India from a PMC perspective, and how do your clients look at India when they come here to set up GCCs?
Thanks, Siddharth. As a panel member, I would say Sanjay and Kedar has created the right foundation, and it is a responsibility of all of us to deliver compressed form of knowledge. So I will like to share a discussion amongst my friends, my mentors, about the topic of GCC. One of my close friend is not the right word, close mentor. He is a founder of NASCOM. So when I was just chatting with him about this panel discussion, interesting topic of GCC, early how this business got evolved. 1990s, brand like IBM, they decided to decouple their operations from US, and they have created their shop in Bangalore. So that time they were the kind of service provider but captive. So उस time एक terminology होता था, parent company was the terminology. Then boss from foreign, he will come and he will provide the directives, and we used to implement, because it was very early stage. Now, gradually, that industry got evolved. So, coming from the back office to deliver the transactional task, they came at forefront to deliver critical business operations. The way he shared the example of line side. So they are providing support to all the global operations. So as a PMC, rather than Siddharth as a PMC, I would say as an entrepreneur, where do you see the opportunity here? So that initial day, this game was by the biggest. So it was specific top line. Then company will set up the GCC with 1,000 people. Now, company in sitting in a developed economies create GCC with 2 employees at Bangalore. From the Bangalore, they have their setup, they have their shop, and this is the opportunity for all of us. So gradually, game from top line, bottom line, it is now bringing that immunity on table. So this is my take on today's GC.
Superb. So first of all, thank you very much for setting up the right tone and the right understanding of GCC. Let me share what I've recollected from the points that you all have spoken. So GCC for me means very simple terms. It's a capacity center which can deliver any goods, value or services from sitting here in India, the entire infrastructure and ecosystem in India to the entire globe. In one word, I can say Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. The entire world is becoming one nowadays. And with that advent, all the economies are merging with each other in a so closely knit manner that any comments of Donald Trump has a big repercussions. So with that context in mind, let me keep the discussion into the focus of the innovation. And I'll start with Imran, your point, that initially we were a cost arbitrage GCC, right? How can we move from a cost arbitrage GCC, which is providing cheap labor, cheap service, to a value-driven, innovative, product-driven GCC, where our products, and here I'm not talking about AI, ML, because the context here is much more related towards the construction, its service like, drawing, delivery, estimation, BIM, and so on. So for us, in our context, how we can go away from just a cost arbitrage to a value-driven product game. What's your thought?
Yeah, regarding this, I would like to first of all list down all the opportunities in construction field, as the audience, entire audience is from the construction field. I want to list down all the opportunities related to construction. In that, first opportunity is related to digital construction, or what we call generally BEAM. तो यहाँ पे इंडिया में बहुत सारी फॉरेन आर्किटेक्चरल फर्म्स हैं, आरसीसी डिज़ाइनर फर्म्स हैं, उन्होंने अपने जीसीसीज ऑलरेडी सेट किए हुए हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल जेकब्स, उन्होंने यहाँ पे इंडिया में अपना ये किया हुआ है. इवन ऑटोडेस्क का यहाँ पे जीसीसी खुद का है. या तो this is regarding the first digital construction. Now the second comes the thing related to green technology. Okay, whatever Trump says ग्लोबल वार्मिंग है नहीं है, डोंट लिसन टू इट. ओके, जैसे वो 3 इडियट्स में होता था ना कि आपको शादी में आए वो किसकी तरफ से आए हो, तो हम लोग साइंस की तरफ से हैं. ओके, तो वी आर ऑल फ्रॉम द साइंस, एंड ग्लोबल वार्मिंग एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज इज अ प्रूवन फिनोमिनन, और इस पर 100 साल का स्टडी हुआ है. फॉर्चुनेटली I represented India, I represented Tata Steel in UN on UNFCCC CDM projects successfully. So I know the deep understanding of this subject. तो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग और क्लाइमेट चेंज के रिलेटेड जो भी इनिशिएटिव्स इंटरनेशनली हो रहे हैं, डेफिनेटली उसके पर्कुलेशन इंडिया में आ रहे हैं. जो भी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज हैं वो अपने ग्रीन लैब्स इंडिया में सेट कर रहे हैं अलग अलग लेवल पे. तो यहाँ पे एक बहुत अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ है. और मैं एक बात और आगे जाके बोलना चाहता हूँ कि नेक्स्ट बिलियनियर will be the person who will be able to solve the global warming and climate change effects. Okay, so ultimately the green technologies, sustainability, इसमें बहुत सारा opportunities अपने पास है. Third comes the project management, what we are basically into. प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट में हम लोग प्राइमवेरा बोल लो या फिर एमएसपी बोल लो, इसमें जो काम्स हैं, वैल्यू एडेड वर्क्स हैं, क्रिटिकल वर्क्स हैं, वो इंडिया में किए जा रहे हैं और उनको बाहर एक्सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है. देन जो चौथा नंबर का है, इट इज रिलेटेड टू प्रीफैब. प्रीफैब की बहुत सारी इंटरनेशनल कंपनीज हैं जो अपने लैब्स को इंडिया में सेटअप कर रही हैं. इंडिया में सेटअप किया जा रहा है, इंडिया में टेस्ट किया जा रहा है कि इसको कैसे मतलब मास लेवल पे उसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए. उसके बाद आता है कॉन्टेक, कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजीज और रियल एस्टेट का टेक्नोलॉजीज. इसमें आप सब लोग जानते हो, छोटी से छोटी कंपनी होने दो, बड़ी से बड़ी कंपनी होने दो, हर एक को ईआरपी की ज़रूरत है. ओके, अगर कोई छोटी से छोटी कंपनी ईआरपी नहीं यूज़ करी तो भी वो टैली ईआरपी यूज़ कर रही है. So ultimately, there is an opportunity for developing the contact related contest basically to ERP and all that. इसके बाद आता है अर्बन प्लानिंग और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट. इसके अंदर भी बहुत बड़ी जो फॉरेन की सिटीज़ हैं उनका जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैनेजमेंट है, इंटीग्रेटेड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैनेजमेंट है, दैट वर्क विल कम टू इंडिया, दैट वर्क विल बी हैंडल्ड इन इंडिया एंड दैट विल बी सर्व्ड. इसके बाद हम लोग जो आते हैं वो रोबोटिक्स में. ओके, रोबोटिक्स में अगर आप बोलोगे, रोबोटिक्स में वी हैव सीन इवन निकमार इज डेवलपिंग इज 3D लैब. ओके, 3D लैब बोलिए या फिर रोबोटिक्स में आप ब्रिक लेइंग मशीन्स बोलिए, ब्रिक लेइंग रोबोट्स बोलिए, या फिर इवन प्लास्टर एप्लीकेशन करने वाले रोबोट्स बोलिए, ये ऑलरेडी हैं. ओके, तो ऑल द कंपनीज हु आर इनटू रोबोटिक्स इंटरनेशनली, they are developing their GCCs in India to test the product and apply it on the mass. क्योंकि हम लोगों का बहुत बड़ा स्ट्रेंथ है कि we are the second, मतलब पॉपुलेशन में हम लोग सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट हैं. तो मास लेवल पे अगर कोई इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इंडिया में सक्सेसफुल होता है तो वो वर्ल्ड वाइड को एप्लीकेबल हो जाता है. तो दिस इज ऑल रिलेटेड टू अपॉर्चुनिटीज इन इंडिया. अभी आप जैसे बोल रहे हो कि कॉस्ट से हम लोग इनोवेशन के तरफ कैसे आते हैं, तो एज आई टोल्ड यू कि अगर कोई एंटिटी है और वो कॉस्ट ओरिएंटेड काम कर रही है तो मैं उसको जीसीसी मानता ही नहीं पहले. ओके, इट इज आउटसोर्सिंग हब बेसिकली. ओके, अगर उसके अंदर वैल्यू ऐड हो रही है, इनोवेशन हो रहा है, उसके अंदर R&D हो रहा है, ओके, नए प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च किए जा रहे हैं, पेटेंट फाइल किए जा रहे हैं, देन ओनली आई विल से दैट इज अ जीसीसी.
Wonderful, wonderful. So we had listed down at least 8 different types of areas where a lot of GCC can be built by all of us. And now we are not talking something AI and ML which we don't understand. This is our core area. This is our expertise. So big thanks, Imran, for clearly listing out the areas where we can start thinking and have a next sort of discussion.
So that to add.
Yes, absolutely.
why is GCC important to Nicmarians? Now try to understand, India has one of the lowest cost of construction per square feet. $75 to $100, top grade A offices are constructed. To construct those offices, considering that in future we are going to cross 100 million square feet is what is estimated by 2026.
Oh.
Every year we are going to reach that figure by 2026. Now, if I am going to construct 100 million square feet, now look at the quantum of engineers, look at the quantum of Nicmarians who are going to involve in that project at every level, be it not only at project management, you will have site execution, you will have at various grades. So that is the quantum of opportunity which Nicmar has in terms of those. And right now we are only looking at grade A offices and GCCs.
Right.
There are grade B and grade C properties also, which we are not considering for sake of discussion. So that is the quantum of opportunity which is open for all as a Nicmar in every context.
Thanks for bringing in some numbers, Abhay. I've heard two of the consultants' views, so let me go back to the client and let's hear from him of how clients, think about risk mitigation in an era where the project complexities, are going above the roof. Geopolitical tensions are, clearly unpredictable. You sleep with one of the news and you wake up with another one. So how does a client look at the kind of risk mitigation when you, like you gave a good example of the decision making and the turnaround time, but can you throw some more light on how you try to mitigate those risks?
Yeah, so I can relate it with the GCC. So as a senior risk manager myself, I used to do like risk workshops with architects, with designers, then communicate their thoughts to the construction people and then planners and where they are going wrong. So if the GCCs are equipped with predictive analytics, okay, a trained analysis, regressions with the huge data sets of past projects, so we can come up with a list of top risks for the particular asset, let's say hotel projects or the golf course or stadium projects, and then start discussing on those risks on day one, okay, in the meeting with the contractor or with the architect. Because as a client, I see like people want to keep hiding those information.
Yeah.
Unless it is a kind of a gray area for as a client to me.
Right.
And some architect will come after 3 months, sir, the cost budget is not enough, we cannot go to add that element. So I said, why didn't you flag that risk on the day one? We would have estimated that kind of cost and included in the scope. So we can go for the lessons learned database, do a regression analysis, kind of predictive analytics, run those scenarios as a part of scenario analysis, and come up with a kind of criteria that we should invest and we should not invest, kind of a business case. Okay, and then once those kind of risks materialize, once you make a draft, okay, now we have to build this, and we have the funds, we know the risk, okay, and we have the capable architect to design it, and then we can go to the market and select the contractor. Right now, what is happening? Client is not informed about all those risks, because normally for such big complex projects, we need to depend on some third parties to prepare our DPRs and contract draft documents. And we go to the market and bring the contractor on board, and then later we came to know, okay, these risks are coming up and why nobody told us this risk. So if we use our predictive strength, okay, using the GCC's capability, we can have a more mature discussion in the project and we can save those time and cost overruns.
Right. Thank you for the client perspective. Let me go directly to the GCC now and understand, as a GCC, there is already a transition from, we've discussed cost arbitrage to value arbitrage. Can you share some of the innovation pipeline or some of the thoughts which is in the context to what we do, all of us here, which has significantly impacted the project delivery?
Okay. I'll put it very simple and straightforward in practical basis. I'm not going to talk about very fancy word. When we talk about the GCC, whenever the resources are appointed or we start working, when you talk about the beam model, for example, a lot of architects are there, but how many beams are 100% clash free? That's the problem. Great. Client want a beam, architect do it beam is 70-80% is correct. And when we start the execution, then they realize there are a lot of stuff is happening. When then the reverse process, what my fellow panelists said, then we started, there was a risk analysis, we missed this.
Right.
Okay, so fundamentally, if you talk about the innovation in this, currently we have to go with a digital transformation. So when we talk about digital, there are a lot of softwares are coming, cost techs. There are project control platform we are building. So wherein we have the beam model, we have the cost tech software, wherein which talks about the costing as well as the the QS perspective. Even we do a report structuring in that. So once the entire project control platform is you have a lot of inputs from other part, then the actual desired output we will require, and I would call it as an innovation rather than AI, ML, everything talking about that.
Right.
So that is my perspective.
One perspective to it. Now we are becoming an innovation hub.
Yeah.
I'll give an example from a manufacturing perspective of one of the largest compressor manufacturing company. They have done a pilot project in India to use compressed air as a cooling mechanism. So that's not done anywhere in the world. Their GCC, with the help of their Global Capability Center and the local Indian engineers, that system and that prototype is being done here. So if that's successful, then that will be implemented whole, that will be replicated. So that's the amount of innovation which is being done here.
Right. Thank you for that. I have one specific question for Vineet. Again, taking the same point from being a cost-driven model to an innovation-driven model, right? How do we as Nicmarians, as entrepreneurs, as someone who is an intrapreneur, contributing actively to the construction industry, what is 3 small bits that we can do as a part of our innovation as an individual? Let's take it on an individual level. What we can do that we can help our companies become a GCC?
थोड़ा सा चार्ज अप करने के लिए सिद्धार्थ एक शेर याद आ रहा है
इरशाद।
बदलाव से डरना क्या, बदलाव से डरना क्या, हौसले नए इरादे मांगे, बदलाव से change is the game. So today I'll come to that point, but today at micro level, at a employee delivery manager, BIM is nothing but the gym. Membership तो सबके पास है, पर कितने लोग यूज करते हैं I don't know. So I'll come to that, but about the change. बदलाव से डरना क्या, मंजिलें नए इरादे मांगे, लहरों से भिड़कर कश्ती नए हौसले मांगे. So ultimately, to gain the momentum and opportunity in market, we all need to adopt change. And construction industry is till today we are about the adoption ground at very nascent stage. Pune, there are 2-3 biggies. They are having their big setup in country. One of them is my partner, one is DPR. Complete US market is getting navigated by their company called VConstruct at Magarpatta. Around 1,000 plus employees. Crazy delivery. When I see their success model, first of all, they are paying little higher salaries. Service provider in domestic market, BIM, a producer is providing X. They are able to give 12 to 20% more. So they fragmented the available resource pool. So if you see that their thought process, Nicmar could create their alignment. I think one of DPR event, madam, you were there. So DPR, this is one example, Nilsoft, they are doing fantastic. But price point is that Indian engineer X in service provider versus 1.2x with the biggies. So they are able to grab the talent to deliver international standard work. So coming to your question, I'm just setting the context. To deliver that innovation at center, as a top-down approach, we also need to think there is a cost associated.
Right. Great. So I think three of the panelists have already spoken about the cost. So is it safe to take a parallel from the IT industry, where the NASSCOM being the leader has already established that you come for the cost, but you stay for the quality. And let me repeat this with all the seriousness, because that's how the IT industry has grown from 500 million in the first 5 years to hundreds of $billions. Come for the cost, stay for the quality, and now the new thing is going to be added is deeply get invested for the innovation. Is this some sort of the approach that you see? And a follow-on question to the open forum is, what is a 5-year roadmap that you guys see for Nicmarians who are creating this physical infrastructure to support all the GCCs of, let's say, AI, ML, services, manufacturing, deep core engineering products, and so on and so forth. So what is the 5-year roadmap that you guys see? Yeah, please go ahead, Imran.
Yeah, you asked about the Nicmarians. Okay, we divide Nicmarians into two parts. Nicmarians who are already working on the fields and Nicmarians students here. Okay, so I would like to focus on the student part. So मैं निकमार के जितने भी यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट हैं उनको एक अपील करना चाहता हूँ, एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ. First, be a good engineer and architect. Okay, be a good engineer and architect. Then become something called management person. ओके निकमार से पास आउट होते ही हर एक के दिमाग में हवा भर जाती है कि वी विल डायरेक्टली वर्क ऑन मैनेजमेंट लेवल. बट इफ यू आर नॉट अ गुड इंजीनियर, इफ यू आर नॉट अ गुड आर्किटेक्ट, यू कैनॉट वर्क एट मैनेजमेंट लेवल. दैट फर्स्ट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड. दैट कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग वी हैव टू डू. एज निकमार का भी ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि इवन दो वी आर ट्रेनिंग देम इन मैनेजमेंट, बट ऑल्सो दे नीड टू पॉलिश देयर इंजीनियरिंग एंड आर्किटेक्चर. दैट इज द फर्स्ट थिंग. नाउ एज ही सेड कि चेंज से डरना नहीं है, चेंज को अडॉप्ट करना है. नाउ मैं कल से यहाँ पे घूम रहा हूँ और टीचर लोगों में कंसर्न है कि एआई आ गया, सब लोग एआई पे छाप के दे रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं कर रहे. लेट देम यूज एआई, लेट देम यूज एआई. यू चेक विथ एआई, लेट देम यूज एआई. जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है, जो भी इनोवेशन आ रहा है, उसको जल्दी से जल्दी अडॉप्ट करो. बी द फर्स्ट टू अडॉप्ट इट. ओके, and that's how you will build your capacity. So these are 2-3 inputs from my side to Nicmarians basically.
Right. Any other panelists? What is a 5-year road? Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I see like the skills enhancement, because a normal planner for a single project is not suitable for GCCs working in the GCC office, because you might be working on global projects with different clients, with different cultures, with different technical requirements. So you have to look after your skills upgradation. Whatever research is going on in the market, like we are aware about the WBS, but right now in US projects they are using active work packages, AWP. So they are going for cost accounts instead of normal manual invoicing. So we have to accustom to that kind of processes, like Department of Defense, NASA, because those are the standard processes followed by most of the international clients in US. In UK, there are like APM, Association for Project Management. There is a REBA procedure for planning the life cycle of a smart city in Primavera. So moving from a traditional waterfall planning, we have to adopt these kind of planning methodologies across the world.
Right. So we'll just take a pause here. And if anybody would like to ask the panelists a question, we have one question slot. So you can request the coordinator and send your questions in a written format. So please do that within 2 minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll give just two numbers. As he rightly said, currently we are having 1900 GCCs in India. 2020-30, it will be 2500. And yesterday's update, in first quarter of the year 2025, India has transitioned 28.2 million square feet, out of which 44% is only GCC, leading by Bangalore, Hyderabad, third Pune, fourth Mumbai. So huge opportunity, a lot of investment happening.
So those are the pointers to
Those are
look
the
for.
pointers. Thanks.
I'll just second what my fellow panelists have said. Understanding different standards. There's a company called Stantec. If you have heard about it, they do projects based out of Australia. So they have an exposure. If you have an exposure on the Australian standard, that becomes easy for them to hire you then.
Right.
So in giving that as an example, we must now at least know the exposure of different standards, be it ASTM, be it European norms, be it, different PMP. In fact, the PMBOK 7 which has come, it is not on the waterfall methodology anymore.
Agile.
It's based on the agile methodology. And they are implementing that agile methodology in the construction project itself. So those mindset change is required now. Secondly, GCC is not without risks. There is risks from countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines and Indonesia. The only thing is that they are not getting established there is their language barrier. The day their English improves, then the Indian market is threatened. That's a threat.
Great. Vineet, if you would like to add something to this or? No. Okay, great. So did we receive any question, or if somebody wants to ask? Yeah.
As the discussion continues, I could break down that India is better positioned. We all are better positioned as the budding techno managers. But as the globalization and the competition increases, there will be others. There will be people from other countries. So how can we keep up the momentum so that we will be the better of the lot?
Superb. Thank you so much. What's your good name?
Pratyush Mund.
Thank you so much, Pratyush. So yes, this is the question of the hour. And small context, sir, just 2 minutes I'll take. In Startup Mahakumbh, organized last week in Delhi, Minister Piyush Goyal had said, shown a picture of China versus India, where they spoken about what we are doing versus what the competition is doing. So I think this question originates from that perspective, that as you also mentioned, when Vietnam, Bangkok, China, Indonesia, they come up with those sort of things where only the services are focused, right? And when they come up to a certain level of language, comfortability and compatibility, are we going to lose that sort of advantage that we have? That is question one. Coupling with question number two, is it only services that we are thinking, talking, discussing in construction context, or can we also think about the hard manufactured products for us, right? So two questions combined in one because of time, so I'll give it a shot. This is the last one. Anybody would? Yeah, Imran, please go ahead.
Yeah, you are talking about the countries like Vietnam and all those. India has only one threat. Okay, I think if Vietnam adopt artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning and IoT in a faster pace than India, then they are threat for us. If not, we are in a good position because we are having the advantage of being the second largest populated country. That is one. In that prospect, we have the competition from the China, but that will ultimately be there. Okay, so that is first question. Second, you ask regarding
software, only software and services?
No. As I told you, when I listed down all the opportunities, I also listed down regarding robotics. Okay, robotics is a hardcore manufacturing process.
Absolutely.
Okay,
IP driven.
Yeah. So it's not like when you are talking about the GCC, you are not talking about just the services. You are talking about the services, then manufacturing and support mechanism, everything.
Super. Anybody would like to add? Yeah. Vineet, please go ahead and then Abhay, you can take it up.
वैसे क्या था कि there everywhere we discuss about the impact of AI, impact of BIM on construction industry, impact on our jobs. When I was in 8th standard, कक्षा 8 में एक निबंध आता था, कंप्यूटर शाप की वरदान. So I was in opinion because of laptop, because of computers, it will going to impact on our jobs. We in the auditorium who is not using a laptop today. So definitely because of this evaluation or impact of technology, there might be shift, something better will get evolved. So I'm very optimistic on today's demographic dividend.
Super. Thank you. Abhay.
To answer your question, sir, upskilling. Now, upskilling, if you're not upgrading yourself, you're degrading yourself. Okay, that's one thing. And only knowledge will not help you now in the coming century or so. The applicability of that knowledge will help you. Upskilling is there unless you convert that knowledge into a skill and upskill yourself. That's not going to happen. You will be, people, we are the best. If you do not improve, the others will surpass you and go ahead. That's all. As a closing remark.
Thank you. Anybody? Yeah. So, thank you so much. But before we move ahead from the panel, let me just quickly share the conclusion of what we have discussed in a very short format. So, if somebody came late, they can get the gist of all the discussion. So, guys, GCC is not a dinosaur. It's something that we do as Nicmarians day in, day out. You all work with all the MNCs clients, be it Microsoft or data center companies, or even, let me give a very smaller example. Companies which set up their R&D centers here in Pune or any part of the country. We all work in day out, but how we can, as Nicmarians, create a leverage which can be our unique IP. So this panel was just to provoke these thoughts. I hope all our panelists' point have been a value addition to your knowledge and to the career that you are in. Please do think about these points, and I hope Nicmarians will come up strongly with such one GCCs that in 2050, we should aspire to set up GCCs in smaller countries, not only in India, to mitigate the risk. And Nicmarians should be in the first seat of those GCC. So with that note, thank you so much for patiently listening to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panel for such an insightful session on emerging opportunities, upskilling ourselves and GCC. Also thanking our wonderful audience for your enthusiastic participation.
We would now like to call upon Priyanka and Amartya to take over for panel discussion 3. Thank you.
faculty members, and students. I, Priyanka Chalapalli,
And I, Amartya Sharma.
hope you all are having a good time at the Aspire 2.0 Global Alumni Meet 2025 here at Nicmar University, Pune. Now, as we continue with third panel discussion of the day, a journey of knowledge and collaboration, we transition into a pivotal discussion that bridges the realms of academia and industry.
Our upcoming panel is titled Industry Expectations from Nicmar in Continuous Changing Scenarios. This session aims to delve into the evolving needs of the industry and how Nicmar can align its educational and research endeavors to meet these demands effectively.
We are honored to have with us a distinguished panel of industry leaders who bring a wealth of experience and insights.
Before we begin with today's session, we would like to request our esteemed panelist and moderator to join us on the stage. Mr. Anand Gosavi, Managing Partner at AAPMC and Engineering LLP. Mr. Balakrishnan Singh, Managing Director and Founding Partner of RBS Architectural Design Consultancy, LLC, Dubai. Tushar Srivastava, Chief Operating Officer at Capacit Infra Projects Limited. Ms. Priya N. Thanawala, Founder and Principal Consultant, Preach Consulting. Mr. Karthik Khatri, Director at VH Khatri Construction Private Limited. Mr. Prateek Balgat, Corporate Project Controls at Tata Projects Limited.
Yes, sir, we have. We also invite Mr. Dr. Anil Agarwal, Dean of Academics, to join us on the stage.
It gives us immense pleasure to introduce the panel for today. Let's begin by welcoming our first panelist, Mr. Anand Gosavi, Managing Partner at AAPMC and Engineering LLP. He has led numerous large-scale construction projects and is known for delivering value through strategic execution.
We welcome Mr. Balakrishnan Singh, Managing Director and Founding Partner of RBS Architecture Design Consultancy, LLC, Dubai, UAE. With over 2 decades of experience in architecture and construction industry, he has led numerous high-profile projects across the Middle East.
Up next is Mr. Tushar Srivastava, Chief Operating Officer at Capacit Infra Projects Limited. A seasoned leader, he has driven large infrastructure projects with operational excellence and vision.
We now invite Ms. Priya N. Thanawala, Founder and Principal Consultant, Preach Consulting, with over 20 years in project and construction management. She is a role model in the real estate sector.
Now let's welcome Mr. Karthik Khatri, Director at VH Khatri Construction Private Limited. He brings a strong legacy of quality and innovation in the construction field.
Moving on, we have Mr. Prateek Balgat, an experienced professional in corporate projects controls at Tata Projects Limited. With expertise in project management and control, he brings a strong track record of successfully managing large-scale projects and optimizing projects performance across various sectors.
To steer this enlightening discussion, we are honored to have with us the Dean of Academics, Nicmar University, Pune, Dr. Anil Agarwal. With a profound understanding of both academic frameworks and industry dynamics, Dr. Agarwal has been instrumental in shaping curriculum that resonate with contemporary industry needs and fostering research that drives innovation.
We are pleased to invite Dr. Sushma S. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, Nicmar University, Pune, and Dr. Jonathan Koner, Dean, Career Services, International Affairs and Alumni Relations, and Dr. Vandana Bafsar to kindly come forward to felicitate our panelists and moderator. We now invite Mr. Anand Gosavi to accept the honor.
I am actually part of Nicmar. My introduction is not full. My dear friend, I was heading School of Construction Management. I was in Nicmar from 2009 to 2014 December. X has to be added. X being construction field.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Mr. Balkishan Singh to accept a token of regard. Thank you, sir. We now invite Mr. Tushar Srivastava to accept the honor. Thank you, sir. We now invite Ms. Priya N. Thanawala to accept a token of regard. Thank you, ma'am.
We now invite Mr. Karthik Khatri to accept the honor. Thank you, sir. We now invite Mr. Prateek Balgat to kindly come forward to accept the honor. Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Anil Agarwal to accept the token of regard. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We now request you all to kindly occupy the front rows.
With such an esteemed panel, we anticipate a dialogue rich with insights and forward-thinking perspectives. Without further ado, let's commence this engaging session.
With that, now we hand over the session to our esteemed moderator. Let's give a huge round of applause for our panel and moderator.
Thank you, Priya and Amritya. Now, here all this, my students on the dais, and definitely my, young friend, Gosavi, who worked, long period in the industry, then come to the academia with his interest of teaching, more than 5 years, again gone back to the industry to give again back to the academia, I think. And I think in the future, we may expect him to come back to the academia also. Yes, here all these Nicmarians and guests in the hall. When we talk about this Nicmar, which started in 1983, more than 40 years, more than 4 decades, we are. And the intention which we started, and today, we talk about this NAP, National Education Policies 2020, to be implemented by the, colleges or universities or higher education institutes ones, to make the, students holistic development, to make the students, employable. But when we started this Nicmar, this, our things was from day one, to make the holistic development of our students and to make the employment. And being, in Nicmar for last 26 years, with pride, I can say, we have placed all the batches, all the students till date, including the COVID periods. And if I'm not wrong, here must be the, students who must have got more than, 2 placements during that time. And that is, aura, that is, things which we talk about as far as Nicmarians or, Nicmar is concerned. When we talk about, industry and, institutes interactions once, and since yesterday, we are talking about, HR meets and what this industry expects from our students once. And as far as the institutes or universities are concerned, they should be a step ahead of the industry. But definitely, which is not practically possible. But yes, as far as Nicmar is concerned, we are much ahead of the other institutes or academics, sector is concerned. To go ahead with that ones, definitely, we are making our, steps in line with what industry want. Industry wanted this IIT, like MSP, Primavera, BIM, maybe Candy, maybe Tally, that we have implemented, that we have taught to our students once. This digitization is already, in our curricula one. But every 3 years, we want something new, something which is coming in the industry, which we want to be, included in our, system, so that our students will be ahead of the other students ones. Now, I don't want to go for, say, structured talk. Say, I have got from the GPT, say, your, say, like students are using also. Say, without that, say, going, say, in a structured manner, even in the dinner, say, lunchtime also, we have discussed, we'll go randomly, not, say, structured way, organized way one. Now, including the sir who knows the, now both the sides taught in Nicmar itself. Now, what further you want from the, say, your young generations so that they can equip them to be ahead of the other institute, other higher educations, and known in the industries, yes, this is the what we want other than the like IIT IIM, but Nicmarian is the preferred one. What should be added in our curriculum? So, can we start from the last one first?
Yeah, sure, audible? So, thank you for this opportunity. And I remember the first day when I passed out from Nicmar and I joined data projects, and I was into the MD and CPC's office. This office used to take care of all 250 projects of data projects back then. So day one, they ask, for example, say, Pratik, we are buying or renting some rig machines for the metro projects in Mumbai, and tell us what we should do, how much should we buy and or should we rent, etc. Another example, there were some projects which were not profitable or say profitable, but they ask, say, analyze yourself and tell us how should we make them profitable, is a second example, say. Or something other than this, like what is the feasibility study for a project in an area, or say there is a sales company, say, and how do they increase sales for a real estate project. Now, all in all, in industry, what currently they do is, there are various case books from IME, BC, Accelera, SPGMR, or say Harvard, INSEAD. They create their own case books, wherein if I want to see the profitability framework, say, or the revenue increment framework, say, or the strategy framework, any IM ABC candidate who comes to a company, he just refers back them and then creates this strategy for the company. When it comes to core construction, say, for example, if a real estate company tells me, ki, how do I improve my sales? Or say some construction company who is not profitable tells, ki, for example, I want to be profitable or I want to improve my cash flows. Currently, that case book, which we can refer as an industry expert, is currently missing. And this is my first submission in this panel. Can there be a case book from Nicmar side on various scenarios, say, for example, how to, say, what are the various frameworks used, which all our Nicmar pass-out alumni can currently use or go back or take that as a benchmark to initiate this process. That's my first submission.
Okay. So, yeah, Khatri.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you, sir, firstly, to share the dice with all the dignitaries. And thank you, Kunal, sir, for this opportunity to be here with all of you guys. I come from a hardcore construction infrastructure development industry. What I think is, in layman's language, I'll just give a small example. A PQC job mix or M30 job mix, it's taught everywhere. Even here, we know कि cement itna hai, aggregate itna hi itna. But what lacks the difference between a good contractor and a bad contractor and a worse contractor? It's the workmanship. हम लोग continuously design mix, quality parameters, health safety management, environment management, all the aspects are covered. But actually implementing those textbook knowledge on the field knowledge. I always remember, even you used to say, sir, even Anand sir used to tell one thing, कि पहले एक contractor बनो, then go to a consultancy firm, and then be a client firm. So I think it's true in this industry. One more example, Samruddhi Mahamarg, उसके अंदर इतने सारे implement. I won't name any of the contractors who did a good job and who did a bad job. But if you travel through that road, design parameters are same, client is same, consultancy is same, the contractors are different. But the quality of work, the bumpiness that you get, or the nature of cracks, the vertical cracks, the horizontal cracks, that are different. So if we could implement something that can be correlated, we know what a good job mix is. But if the students can know what a good workmanship is and how to deliver that good quality on site, it will be a suggestion from my side.
Yeah, Priya.
Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you, Nicmar and Agni, to have me on the panel.
This has been a kind of, I think many have discussed in network today, also know that this has been a topic of utmost passion for me to come back and say, what does the industry expect from any Nicmarian? And I really appreciate that you being even our professor, that you took the stab first to say that what can we do for our students so they can be, acknowledged, recognized industry. It's a twofold. I do not want to speak about improvement because to me process is something which is very important because we are literally looking at, I always visualize Nicmar being army cadets walking out, and it is symbolic of what they represent, the institution. So if you look at, first of all, the industry expects every Nicmarian coming out to be a solution provider. So at every level. So solution maybe is a coordinator at a mid-level management, a CXO or a leader, wherever you are, you're at site or you're in the boardroom. You are expected to be a solution provider, not just a problem, not a creator, but you've identified the problem, but that's only 1/3 of your job done. So being a provider, now that, how does that cultivate is, it's the mindset. Like I would really appreciate where they got into granular level talking about 1A, database availability, 2, he's talking about reference to what is the improvisation that he can talk about, differentiation of quality. Now all this can be taught and heard about, but the mindset. One takeaway is that we have large, now the classrooms are bigger. We were just 40 in a class, but now it could be 100. But then cutting them down into an experiential learning, more experiential learning, not just on theoretical, because if you look at, has AI taken over the Jawans who are fighting at the borders? No, one has to go to the drill. So physical fitness, I stand by what I read and heard since yesterday, agility, adaptability, and resilience. How has this actually been percolated into individuals? And that's the thought. It's something that would be wish to brainstorm and bring about, and a kind of a culture change. Another important thing is we should be cognizant as mentors and institute that you are teaching the Gen Z. So probably what you were to me in my classroom, you can't be the same here. Maybe their receptiveness is different. I look at them as clients. So if they are the clients, we need to tutor it differently for them.
Yeah. Thank you, Tushar.
So I think as Nicmarians, we are taught to be leaders in whatever we do. Irrespective of whatever comes in the industry, whatever disruptions in terms of new technologies coming in, there are very few people who can decipher an entire project and develop an entire understanding. I mean, a Nicmarian is not agnostic to any sector. So the curriculum that we have gone through, okay, while we were studying, of course, there is a lot of change right now. And of course, the competition that has come along with Nicmar, like RSCS has come and other management institutes have started offering the same courses. I think as Nicmarians, the advantage is we are very close to the core, which is the architecture and the engineering part. I started my career as an assistant engineer to reach where I have come right now. And it has been a long journey. And what I have observed in my personal view is that a Nicmarian can adapt to any kind of role that he has been subjected to. I mean, right from working at size to working in business development to working with a private equity firm or working with a banking institution, research and consultancy, or acting as an engineer at a construction site. I think we are all trained to get ourselves accustomed to any kind of environment there we are subjected to. As rightly my panelist who spoke before me, they have really pointed out the nuances in which a Nicmarian can be groomed. Now the thing is that, yes, but now what my observation is about the current batches that are coming, that we are looking for more a kind of a sophisticated job rather than getting ourselves subjected to the engineering part. Yes, of course, we all need to have a wonderful office and working on planning softwares, but I think as Nicmarians, and in my personal view, everyone should be working at the site, working in whichever role they are, and then slowly move. Industry, it is very important that, suppose you join a particular industry as a planning engineer. unless and until you show the interest, and very few companies will give you that leverage of exploring something else, other than, the role that you have been taken for. I would strongly recommend that the industry should get a fresher, make them or revolve them across various departments, and especially a Nicmarian, because our understanding levels are far, far superior. As I use that word, we can decipher the entire project and, put forth our best foot forward. So in my opinion, I think we all should look at aiming to become, lead the organizations in the future, whatever we have learned.
Yeah, Tushar, thank you. RK?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, being a proud Nicmarian, it's, our pleasure and to be in front of you, and thank you very much, sir, to be on the panel. I will take 2 points here. See, if we see the country is run by politicians and all, but if you see the backup is the bureaucrats who run the country as of now, right? The IS is the biggest cadre we see there run the country. Why IS they have so much bandwidth? Because you put the IS officer in any department, he will run. That's a real success for them. So that brand has come to them that you put an IS officer, any department, they will lead it out. Similar way, the brand width of Nicmar has gone in this way that Nicmar वाले को कहीं किसी भी department में डाल दो, planning, estimation, tendering, construction site पे डाल दो, bridge पे डाल दो, he will succeed. So that brand width, that image has been developed. Okay, it is already developed by the previous batches. But the now newcomers, new batches, you have to maintain that. How you will do that? First, technically you have to be strong. One. Number two, adaptability. You go to any department, start adapting. घर से सीख के कोई भी नहीं आता है, right? We all are learning here, and college has given very good platform. The best platform. See, technical knowledge everywhere we learn. As we learn till the day we die. Every day we have to learn. But college has given us a platform. We have to adapt the atmosphere, the department which we go, work there. As Tushar rightly said, you have to continue there, give some time. Problem of Nicmarians is that they will join today, after 6 months they will resign, क्योंकि मेरे दूसरे job classmate को salary ज़्यादा मिल गया है. Give some time to the companies, stay. Because I didn't work in India long. I worked only 1 year. My whole experience in Middle East. Nicmar वाले इसलिए बदनाम है कि Nicmar जो juniors हैं, they jump too fast. So that is a problem. But by the time you come up to 10 years of experience, you realize that I have jumped 5 to 6 companies. So when you are in the 7th interview, the question comes, why you have jumped so much? So are you not capable, or company ne nikala hai? So that goes wrong to you. So give time to the company. See, you will earn money. Paisa aana hi aana hai. You are in Nicmar, paisa aega. 100%. Sure. So, but give
return on investment.
So give some time to your experience and do the success. But हम लोग क्या planning, हम लोग सिर्फ planning, network planning में ही घुसते हैं. See, finance, end of the day, any business if you see, those are in the CXO level, the company runs with the finance. हमको finance, we need the finance background, finance strong in our hand. I request college to have that, finance lectures or finance subjects to be added in all the courses. Because sir, end of the day, finance will come. If you have a good control of finance, you will succeed at any level. आप company को पैसा save करके दोगे, company आपको रखेगी. So it is very important to have the finance control with you, along with the technical and all that part. So this is what I want to say it out.
Thank you, RK. Gosavi sir is worked very closely with me, and he spent a lot of his years in the industry, and only 5+ years in Nicmar. But still I can say with my instinct, he loves much more in the teaching than what he must have spent in the construction one. Sir, your take on this, what should be added or deleted from the curricula?
Thank you, Dr. Agrawal, Dr. Kondar, Dr. Kulkarni madam, and all my colleagues and fellow students. Actually, except for that guy, Karthik, I think you were not when I was there in Nicmar. Yes. So I never actually have interacted with you. You were there?
2002, sir.
No, I actually joined 2009 and I left in 2014. So I was there for a short time. Because I loved academics, I want to learn and I wanted to study. So I had been here. I had come with a purpose and a specific focus. True. Anyway, and most of the panelists had already come up with, see, Dr. Agrawal is very clever that way. What he did, he put me in a most awkward situation. So whatever points I had in my mind are already been taken up by all rest of the panelists. This is habit. Always will put me in such a situation where I will have to slog and do some better work. It's always good because when you are put to the task, you try to deliver best. So that may come out of
Challenges
it.
are opportunities.
But then I can do it either way as well. I can look from the perspective of Nicmar, as well I can look from the perspective of industry. So first, which side should I speak, industry or Nicmar?
Nicmar is must.
Nicmar is must. So when I came here in Nicmar and I saw the curricula and the way you said finance, I think almost 25% of the credits go to finance in every course. See, if you look at the curricula that has been developed by Nicmarians, is one of the best available in country today. Take it from me. I have been going to some engineering colleges to take sessions for their MTech courses. How much they teach? 6 or 4 papers every term for 3 terms, and then they go for 6 one term there, some certain submission thesis work, and that's all. If you look at the curricula of Nicmar, each and every aspect that is required by the industry is well covered in the syllabus. I would request all of you to now go through the curriculum of Nicmar. Hope it is not changed much after I left. It's 10 years now since I am not here. But still, curricula is great. Library is fantastic. And even the industry awareness that comes by that 3 months of your internship is also good. My point is, yes, that 3 months it is required to be extended at least for 5 or 6 months. Why? Because in 3 months, whenever we send our people to do an internship or apprenticeship, you will be only asked to file. So nowadays filing is over. So what they will do, you sort the data, create new folders, arrange them properly, and by the time you end up with doing those things for 3-4 projects, your time is up. So some hands-on, sir, you need to have at least 6 months. I don't know if you can really arrange, that is good. Second part, when it comes to students, then there is a caption on Quora. Nicmar is a resort where people come and enjoy for 2 years, grab a job and get out. It's a big nonsense.
Yes, it's a myth.
Sorry, I am blunt. But this is what they say on Quora, right?
Correct.
आप खोल के देखिए. For students, see, it's not more of teaching. It's more of learning when you come to postgraduate programs. The teacher, the mentor will guide you. You are already a matured graduate. Consider having basic technical understanding, which I don't know whether really it is there or not, that I will come afterwards. So, if a student takes up the program seriously, मैंने भी नहीं लिया कभी मेरा प्रोग्राम सीरियसली, लेकिन अभी ऐसा लगता है कि लेना चाहिए था, शायद इससे अच्छा भी बनते थे. And then be industry ready. Teachers have to just navigate them, put them to the facts. Second important aspect, Imran, I think he's there or not, I don't know now. He had put up a perfect point. How about your technical aspects? See, we claim to create techno managers. And then we tend to give managers. When I look from the perspective of industry, whether that fellow really has an understanding of technical aspects of the work, or the industry, or the project, or whatever area he is working, my again, a perspective would be, you should be technically sound to understand the managerial aspects and requirements of the project, or whatever work you are executing. So, if you want to create techno managers, I always say you have to work intelligently. I used to give one simple example. I am a person looking at procurement. I am a person who is procuring concrete, let's say, or whatever. And I have got a lack of cubic meter concrete on my project. And then I get a M40 mix design, wherein the cementation is 440 kgs. My Nicmarian just accept that cementation is 440 kgs for M40, it is okay, good, and start producing concrete. Will it be really economical? Now if I say the codal provision, say it is 340 kgs per, I am spending 100 kgs per cubic meter more. So an efficient techno manager, what he should do? He should arrange his other resources material in such a manner that I produce concrete at 340 kgs per cubic meter, not at 440 kgs of cementitious. So people say यार इंडस्ट्री में आ गए तो टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट्स भूल जाओ. शायद कुछ सीनियर्स बैठे हैं सामने. रियली इमरान भूल के चलता है क्या? So first, let us be good technical person. See, engineering remains same and technology keeps on changing. Adaptability to the, see, when I graduated, it was one bag mixer in India. In 1983, way back. Half of you might not have been even born the time I was graduated. You have to be technically sound, keep yourself updated. Nicmar provides platform. Nicmar has that updation. पेपर्स है आपके कुछ उसमें, वो बच्चे कॉपी कर देते हैं, क्वेश्चन बैंक मांग के किधर से तो वो क्वेश्चंस का आंसर ले लेते हैं. क्या करेंगे साहब? तो ये मेरा ये चीज़ है. दूसरा, ऑल वांट्स टू बी प्लानर्स, दे वांट टू गो टू कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स. अरे हाउ वुड यू अंडरस्टैंड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स और प्लानिंग अनलेस यू अंडरस्टैंड एग्जीक्यूशन? So as I think you rightly said, they should be moved across. See, when an IAS officer or anybody goes on a 1-year training program, he is moved across all the verticals of a particular department. Let it be in on a project or in a company, whatever, contracts, planning, execution, put him everywhere. And then look at where he suits best. And then over a period of time, he can be properly groomed to become leader. Every company has their own leadership programs. So my say is, okay, you should be technically sound. Nicmar as such provides good curricula. But industry expects you to deliver more. I meet my students, half of them are working in JLL, few of them are working in CBRE. Nowadays I get some students working in Ernst & Young or maybe McKinsey or some such good companies. But when it comes to execution, of course in L&T I think there are some few people, but other places, that is also important. So I don't know whether I am right or not, but this is what I feel. Sir, one more thing and I am then going to close down. First thing, the student has to suit himself to the requirement of a particular job he is put in and develop his skill sets into that job for which he is put. Then I think maybe he will excel and deliver better. And there are many more points I have taken out, but let Dr. Agrawal take over.
Yeah, thank you, Gosavi sir. Here people said about this, say there are competitors as far as this program is concerned in the market. With pride I can say, yes, with my own hands, we have given complete curricula of Nicmar ACM to the, say, what people are talking about this, say, institute or industries. But they have tried, and they have failed. But they cannot cope up and come to the standards of Nicmar 1. Just copying the, say, curricula doesn't mean they will become the Nicmar 1. Yes, I do agree with the, say, Gosavi says, and here my young, say, students are sitting, so those who should carry this message to their friends and colleagues once. Okay, as far as the technical knowledge is concerned, which is imparted by your, say, institutes, you should brush up. You should make that foundation, say, stronger one. Some panelists also said that one. And above that, say, you should stand, and what Nicmar is providing as a, say, managerial, say, skills or knowledge or, say, attitude or aptitudes, then you should grow on that, say, strength ones. Still, I'm coming back to the, again, first, say, Pratik. You said a lot of things, including, say, all Khatri Priya and, say, Tushar one, this much we should do it. Can you tell me in, say, 2 words, you know about Nicmar, you know about Nicmar curricula, we are talking about the, say, digitizations, we are talking about the lot of innovations which are coming up in the markets, we are talking about the technological changes which are coming up in the market. Just in 2 words, what we should add a new subject or course in place of what?
Okay, may not be a subject, but I think 2 words, if you ask me, it can be lifelong learning from Nicmar for all the industry experts or say industry pass outs in construction. So it would be lifelong learning, and the reason is very simple. Nowadays, most of the pass outs will go back to their institute to do a course on something specific which their institute offers. For example, if I am a IIM pass out, I'll go back to IIM for a product management course again. But when we come to Nicmar, there is no online platform right now which will offer them AI in construction or IoT in construction. And hence, if we want to stay connected with all our pass outs, which are more than 30,000, lifelong learning for all these people can be a game changer for this.
Okay, Katri?
Sir, I think it's government, corporate licensing, and finance management.
Okay.
Sir, I'll just add one thing. Why finance management? One of the colleagues just rightly pointed it out. Recently, sir, government of Maharashtra implemented projects of more than 40 or 45,000 crores. It might be overstatement, but उतना पैसा अभी जेब में नहीं है. But still, वो projects implemented है. Contractors are going to take the projects. They are going to do some licensing and take the bids. उसके बाद you have to make sure, even if it's a EPC contract, you are not going to get monthly billing. So at the end of the day, you have to make sure that your finances are rightly in pocket, और उसके बाद ही आप वो project में जाओ. Otherwise, जितने भी project fail हो रहे हैं, they are due to technical knowledge, and many are due to this financial bidding. And if you could see some specific agencies like NHAI, bidding is below 40%, 45%. So ultimately, your technical and financial knowledge should be aligned in order to take the project. और sir, lastly, I don't know how many Nicmar के मतलब alumni है, but students कितने I don't know. But
there are some.
There might be some. But अगर the day you realize Nicmar provides you contract management knowledge, finance का भी एक subject था, planning बहुत important है. आज से 10-15 years पहले the number of projects over 100 crores बहुत कम थे. एक पूरे स्टेट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र में 8 या 10 प्रोजेक्ट रहते थे. बट अभी एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर 10-10 प्रोजेक्ट है विच आर कॉस्टिंग मोर देन 500 करोड़. सो इतने बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए यू नीड अ गुड प्लानिंग इंजीनियर, यू नीड अ गुड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मैनेजर, यू नीड अ गुड क्वालिटी इंजीनियर, बट अल्टीमेटली यू नीड अ गुड प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर. निकमार हमेशा एक प्लानिंग इंजीनियर्स की तरफ ज़्यादा फोकस्ड है. बट अगर निकमार साइट से लेकर एंड तक, राइट फ्रॉम पियून टू द मिनिस्टर, अगर उसने पूरा सभी डिपार्टमेंट देख लिए, चाहे वो क्वालिटी का हो, टेंडरिंग का हो, गवर्नमेंट का हो, कंसल्टेंसी का हो, इफ निकमार कैन बी अ प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर, तो वो प्रोजेक्ट के साथ व्हाट वी कैन टेल, वो न्याय कर सकता है. देयर इज अ गुड सेइंग इन मराठी की न्याय द्यायचं असतं प्रोजेक्टसाठी, तो वो एक न्याय दे सकता है प्रोजेक्ट को. तो वो एक अगर हो जाए, बट उसके लिए क्या है, स्टूडेंट्स में स्टूडेंट्स रियलाइज दिस थिंग आफ्टर दे आर इन द इंडस्ट्री. प्रॉब्लम ये है, व्हेन यू आर स्टडिंग, सबको लगता है जैसे सर ने बोला है 2 साल का वैकेशन है, 2.5 साल का वैकेशन है, हो जाता है. हमारे साथ भी ऐसे हुआ है, नो डाउट. बट अल्टीमेटली अगर वो चीज़ व्हेन यू आर इन द निकमार इंस्टीट्यूट, इफ यू रियलाइज दैट थिंग व्हेन यू आर इन द इंस्टीट्यूट, देन द फ्यूचर इज ब्राइट.
Yeah, thank you. Priya?
So, sir, the 2 words that you're asking for would be, for me, the experiential learning or practical learning. When I mean to say it's already there, I know the labs are coming up, things are being added up. But what I see is that general mindset of people here, they don't think that Nicmar is a foundation. It's just the foundation. What you build above it's up to each one, right? It is not something that, it is not that an assured plan, it's not a launch pad that they will hit this projectile for sure. So it's up to each one. When I mean to say experiential, and I need to, please, I beg my pardon here if I'm not aware of today's curriculum, what it entices, but each of the subject, they need to be pushed, that it is not so much showcase that you're sitting in such fantastic campus and straight out of it you come to the boardroom. No. The journey, just like what Tushar said, you need to dirty your hands. And if that has to be there, that mindset, you need to tell them this is what awaits you once you come out of this compound gate. The moment you step out, you have to get into it. I have noticed this in my 2 decades, that there is reluctancy to go to the site too. So this mindset is how do we bring it up in the curricula? Could be if there's a subject, and like how Gosavi sir said, the internship. One is extension of the duration. Second is if that can be rather brought in between, so that when they come back to the campus, you kind of reinforce it with further campus education and then allow them to come out. Else there is some kind of, that's
we do have the internship. We do have, say now for each course's subjects, we are now inviting the experts from the industries.
Right.
And that we made as part and parcel of each course, not also
Sure.
for the curricula one. Means that, yes, we are taking that step.
Sure.
Yeah, Tushar.
Sir, I think I can share my personal experience that the emphasis that a Nicmarian should give is that he should have an excellent grip over the cost estimation. Because ultimately, everything in the industry boils down to the cost. Even if you are on the finance side, you should have a good grip on the costing. So if an individual, of course, as Priya said that, there could be certain add-ons to the curriculum, but I strongly feel that whatever you're doing, I think if one has a very good grip on the cost, basically the tendering process, the estimations, the rate analysis and everything, that as a Nicmarian, I think everyone should pay a special emphasis, because as you move up the ladder, if you're having a good grip on the costing, the estimation, because ultimately everything evolves around the cost, even for a consultant or a contractor or anyone. So costing on various parameters, even if you're a consultant, you're a contractor, you should have a grip on that. So one is that, and of course, as I said earlier also, that you should be knowing the entire work breakdown structure, what is there at site. So whoever is into planning, whoever is into procurement, and of course, sir, to add to it, the supply chain management, because every project requires a very efficient supply chain management. So unless and until you have been exposed to these kind of things, you will always be working in silos. So I'm reiterating that if you're getting an opportunity, one should go and work in at least these three departments, to have an overall understanding about the project.
Yeah, okay.
Competitive and optimistic cost management.
Optimistic.
Yes.
Optimistic.
Let it be realistic as well.
Yeah, that should be realistic.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, like finance and all that, everybody has covered that. I will go, if Vineet is here, the spirituality is the one, that has to be there. Because, sir, technical and all those things, I think everybody has covered. Why I'm touching this topic? Now, we have to generally we take Harvard, Boston as, these are the colleges. They have started spirituality as one of the topic. I'm not saying as a subject, but maybe some, out of the full tenure, some hours, I don't know, that college can decide, that hours of spirituality, some good spiritual leaders, without naming anyone, they can come and give them spiritually. So because end of the day, that is must in today's scenario.
Mental health.
RK, in that I can say yes, we already taken some steps. Now, as per the NAP, we do have included yoga.
Okay.
Say as a great course.
So that's
we
great,
do
sir.
have IKS also. IKS stands for the Indian Knowledge System. That partly we are doing that once. But yes, specialty is not like MIT, WP is doing it. But yes, could be a good point to be
So
added.
invite us as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
MIT.
So one point I would like to, another thing, I may sound wrong, but ये है कि निकमार में आगे तो पास पक्का, जॉब तो पक्का है, but पास भी पक्का होंगे. No, that is another problem. So that is, no, seriously, the quality.
Really?
No, sir,
we did our hard work.
No, sir, problem today, why I'm saying, the quality, I'm taking the last year example, without naming, there are 19 students in Chapurji, Dubai has joined. 18, 19, right? Out of that, only 2 students are, I'm not against, but I'm trying to say that, like sir is saying, technical knowledge, that has to be there. Sir, giving the job is very important, but as a university, some bit tight scrutiny so that the students should have that pressure. Agar main nahi padunga, to mere ko, there's a chance I may lose 1 year. That is one very important. And the job, what we do the job, जाएंगे training लेके वहाँ पे certificate मिल जाएगा. there is, I think, the feedback from the job, because not all 10 people who goes, they are very good in all that, right? Koi ek ja do, agar if we need, I'm not saying that they should not, if we need 3 months extra, that bit of tightness should be there, so that end of the day we get a good quality product, because the Nicmar, earlier the number of pass out were less. Now it's big numbers are coming. Industry is needing big numbers, but the quality if we maintain, it will be very good for the brand name, which has been maintained for the Nicmar, and continuity for next 20 years, 30 years, that is needed.
Yeah, thank you, RK. I think before coming to, say, Gosavi sir, Priya's, say, experiential learning, not for only students once, say, we have started this experiential learning even for faculty. They work with the industries, and that can be percolated to the lot of students once. Even last year, say, with the lot of industry, they invited some of our faculty, spent some time, 2-3 months on the sites, and then say taken back to the say student ones. Coming back to the Gosavi sirs, say in a minute, what subjects course should be added?
I again reiterate the same thing, that the curricula is very strong. As of now, I think you already have added AI and MI and machine learning and all those things. I don't want to talk more about it. What he has rightly said, produce quality. That is most important. Rigor should be brought in. Second important is rigor should be brought in. And for bringing rigor, whatever you said just now, I wanted to go beyond that. Our faculty should be equipped with latest understanding, knowledge and trends. And for that, industry-academia interface should be strengthened more, so that our faculty is updated. Faculty is knowledge. See, faculty gets good understanding and knowledge through consultancies, research projects, and working closely with industry. That has to happen more. So once your faculty gets, still I don't say, because one of the best faculty resource we have in Nicmar, so stating, but then still bringing their levels high and then expecting students to deliver more. That would surely get all the things that industry needs from Nicmar. Nicmarian has to be labeled separately than an IITian or maybe an IIM student. That's all. I will tell you surely, no MTech in country offers program the way Nicmar offers for their postgraduates. That is sure. What we want to bring in is quality. That's it. Nothing else, in my opinion. Everything else has already been covered by the people. And second is industry-academia interface should increase. That is very important.
So I want to make one important point on this industry academia. There is an opportunity I see here. What Nicmar can bring about is research where you encourage research for others, like seniors doing their doctorate. But you can tie it up because industry thrives on data. And if you look at it at the real construction industry, they're investing a lot with the research institutes. They're paying a big money, right? Instead here, it could be something that we can have a win-win situation. You bring in up another cell where the research is done because we have a fantastic infrastructure and the minds here, put in together, have research, but trade it off so the industry pays here. Right? So it could be that just an information research done just doesn't become a theory which gets stacked up somewhere in a cloud, but it's put into real-time use. So it could be an initiative that we can think through.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, as I said, Nicmar curricula, we keep updating, improving every 3 years. We also keep making the, say, our, say, pace along with the, say, pace of the, say, industry ones. We are not like, say, other ones, we change our curricula in 10 years' times. But definitely when it is a time of a curricula, maybe adding, deleting, or maybe something one, or what we call in Marathi, it's a Tarevarchi Kasrat. It's a, say, walking on the tight, say, rope. What should be added and not, because we have to complete our course in 2 years' times. If you said about the, say, add the IoT also, AI also, ML also, AR, VR also, and then go for innovation also, mechanization also, drone also. Should I teach this? Or now you are talking about the, say, technically good also, add some subject of the BTech also. Miss, it's, say, really tough for any institute ones, which should be added and, say, related one. But definitely, say, going all this means our faculty come together, again, interact, say, group-wise, course-wise, with their experts, those who are working in the industries, and connect one, and we keep updating one. Definitely, whatever inputs now we got it from you, and we'll keep troubling you. We'll keep updating whatever is required by the industry, and then our students will be far ahead of any other institutes or institutes.
Definitely.
With this, I think with the time limitations, we'll stop it here. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Gusavi sir, and all of this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 17 lakhs more jobs are coming in next 5 years for civil engineers. So we all have a great opportunity.
So one take I can give more, that your parents, for the students only, your parents has done the job by putting you in the Nicmar. College has given you with the campus, with the syllabus, everything is good. Now it's 100% on you guys, how you take it out and present yourself individually in the market. Because college has, you will not get better than this. This 100% we can say. Because we ourselves are observing. And not only India, I'm being from abroad, seeing their industry, the best of the construction industry. Nicmar is the topmost institute in construction, what I can see throughout the world. That's what I am 100% sure. Proudly we can say that. So you guys are lucky you are here. Just give your 100% and take out and present yourself fully in your market, whichever department you go. That's all. Thank you.
And I want to use this platform. I'm looking out for people in operational strategy, planning. So whoever wants to, because I mean business. So please, sir, please contact me. I'm in need of people.
Anand sir, one last question. What you were trying to say, if I may be wrong, if a faculty is teaching quality management, if a faculty is teaching environmental health safety management or a finance management, anything, or contract management, आप ये बताना चाहते थे कि फैकल्टी को भी 6 months के आसपास इंडस्ट्री में फैक्ट्स रियल करने चाहिए जाके?
We are doing that. We have started that. We are doing that.
I am not aware.
Yeah, we are. We are doing it. Yes.
Yeah. All.
Just because. Yeah, okay. Now no time.
Okay.
Why I could become a good teacher because I had worked in industry
Correct, sir.
6 years before coming to it.
Exactly.
That was the most important. Anyway.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
और ये time management तो होना चाहिए दादा.
What an insightful and enriching session that was. A heartfelt thank you to all our panelists for sharing your time, experience, and perspectives with us today.
We also extend our gratitude to Dr. Anil Agarwal for so ably moderating this discussion and bringing out such valuable takeaways for Nicmar's future.
Thank you once again, everyone. Before we step into the final part of the evening, let's capture this special day in a frame with a group photograph that will live on forever.
We request all the alumni in front of the dais for a group photograph. We also invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sushma S. Kulkarni, Dean Academics, Dr. Anil Agarwal, and all our deans and heads present here to join us for the same.
I would request all the alumni to come here on the stage for group photo. Quickly, please. Thank you.
यहाँ से पूछ
Request on LinkedIn.
We request all the alumni to kindly take the seats. We request all the alumni to kindly take the seats.
We still have and call Mr.
Now we would like to invite Mr. Kedar Bole to kindly come onto the dais and address the gathering.
Entertain you. Live from the sleep.
Hello, check.
Please be seated. Next, we'll start.
Check, check. Okay, yeah. Am I audible right there at the back? No, आपसे भी और पीछे. The three gentlemen. You are the last ones. Yeah, thank you. Okay, wonderful. Okay, guys, good evening. Okay, we discussed something थोड़ी देर पहले. Everything is one thing. Everything is energy. So everybody, let's do a wonderful full energy. Good evening. Come on, guys. Okay, I'm going to do it on count of 3. I'm going to say good. You're going to say evening. Can we do that? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Good. Yeah, much better. You know what? I who's standing between me and this session. So I'm quick. I think some part. Is my voice cracking? It's cutting. Okay, check. Let me see. In case wapas cut hota hai, to we'll have to give me another mic one. Okay, super. So, how many of you want to be better networkers? Yes? Did you learn the level 1 technique, the LKG one? No? So you were not there probably. I taught that technique 2 panels back. So now I'm going to teach the next level. So aap seedha abhi second year mein aa gaye. So in case you were not there, it's okay. Because this is completely different where we are going to learn how to actually be present at any networking event. And people just don't remember, recall and refer. In fact, people talk about you. They want to meet you again and again and again, and you have made a mark on them. And they call you somebody who is a remarkable person. How many of you want to be remarkable at any networking event? Okay, give your partner a high five and tell them, I want to be remarkable. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, some of you don't have a partner itself right now. So that's why, oh, wow, I love it. You know, he gave a high five across the aisle. Okay, but yeah, that's how you become productive. Okay, so to do that, now when you go to any networking event, okay, how many of you are actually feeling कि यार अगर connection बनना है तो सामने वाले को मेरे बारे में पता होना चाहिए तभी तो connection बनेगा? Yes, all of us agree. So अगर सामने वाले को आपके बारे में पता कब चलेगा जब आप बोलोगे. So that is what we worked right at the first. कि the first introduction where you introduce yourself कि how effective you are. But if you realize at any networking, you need to be something very powerful. What is that one skill that is needed for a networker which is the most powerful? I want from the audience. What is the one powerful skill? Confidence, okay, somebody said confidence, okay. Communication, okay, I like that. Connect, okay. Sorry? Okay. Clarity? Okay. Vibes. Okay, somebody said body language. Attitude. Purpose of connect. Excitement. Actually got the answer some time back, but I'm just not picking that. Barring that, मैं सब कुछ उठा रहा हूँ. If you realize that. So anybody realize what's the answer? You know, networking के लिए you should be the way how nature has designed us. Nature has designed us with one mouth and 2 ears. Speak less, listen more. The more you listen, more you can be a powerful networker. At any networking event, if you are a wonderful listener, you will be the one who will network the most. You have to be a good listener. And in order to be a good listener, you should ask the right questions. The moment you meet somebody, you go and, you know, if I happen to meet BK, I'll ask him, hey, hi BK, how are you? What do you do? You should be asking them, what do you do? And then be genuinely interested in whatever they are saying. A lot of times in networking, people are counting the minutes. कि ये अपना बोलना खत्म करे या मैं शुरू करने वाला हूं. That's how it is. No, if you are doing that, that's not networking, that is hunting. Networking is farming. You need to plant seeds. And for farming, you have to be listening. So that is the first step. Be a powerful listener. Ask them and genuinely be interested in whatever they are saying. Listen to what things they are saying. Ask them smart questions. Dig deep. Whatever they said, okay, I am into this. Okay, anybody ready to be a volunteer? Okay, there you go. Wow, he was the fastest finger first. From there, is it okay? You want to come up? I'm okay. You can run. He's networking, so okay, perfect. Okay, wonderful. Let's look at a networker role play. I have no clue, okay, what I have got into. Okay, hi. Hi, Aditya. I'm Kedar. Okay, Aditya, what do you do?
I work with Chancellor Limited as a manager of projects, planning and project controls.
Oh, wonderful. And how long you've been doing that?
Last 6 years.
Last 6 years?
Last 6 years, yeah.
Okay, and are you enjoying what you're doing?
Absolutely.
What is the one thing that really gives you a high in what you do?
Planning things.
Okay, anything that you really felt that you felt, okay, I made a difference?
To give you an example, I made a difference. I can give you a lot of example for that, but I mean, rather than talking about I made a difference for the company, but I want to tell you what difference that 6 years have made for me. So I was a raw candidate when I came to Nicmar, but then I was placed into a good company, and that 6 years has basically made the person I am today.
Okay, it has
so that's the difference it has made in me.
Okay.
I might have done some changes.
I really love the gratitude that you have towards your company.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate that. Can we have an applause for the attitude that he has? Okay, wonderful. You can stay here.
Sure.
Hold on. Okay, let's go to the audience now. Whatever you did. Okay. Okay. Did he do good? Yes, he did good because he responded responded to the questions that I asked. But that's the kind of question, the line of questioning, if you realize, you have to dig. I could have gone further. Okay, I really appreciate now what the company means to you. That is showing his core values. The company means hi to him. I am getting bonded. He is also understanding. That is how I am responding. I am listening to what he is saying. I am not jumping and saying, you know what, मैं भी पहली कंपनी में था ना, मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही हो गया, खत्म हो गया. Now he is understood that I have now shifted to me. No, it's all about him. You have to wait till here. Then maybe I ask him few more questions. And now, I'm going to give you the killer question which can change the networking. If you just use this question, this person will never forget you, whosoever that is. Okay? Aditya, right? Aditya, whatever that you're doing currently, the killer question coming. How can I help you?
Wow, that is killer.
That's it. The moment you ask this person, how can I help you? And be genuinely, Aditya, how can I help you?
Wow, it is a genuine question you're asking?
Yeah,
me?
I'm genuinely asking.
Wow, amazing. I want your help.
We are learning.
I actually want your help. So I am changing my position. I'm moving to a good role in Dubai.
Oh, wonderful.
And currently, for the last 6 years, I've been associated with Kalpataru in planning department, but I was at the project location.
Perfect.
But right now the transition is that I'm moving from projects to office.
Okay.
And I don't know how to, be that office guy.
Okay.
So you help me out.
So do you have any people who you know who have been really an ideal for you, who worked really well in an office?
Yeah.
Do you really know them? One or
I
two
know
of them?
few of them, yeah.
Okay, right now, a simple help, put them a message saying, I really appreciate what you do. This is the new role I'm taking. I would learn things from you. Remember, there you have built a wonderful relationship for life with those two people.
Wow.
Have we helped him? Can we have a loud applause? Thank you so much, Aditya. You can go back. Thank you. Okay, guys. Yeah, loud applause for Aditya. Thank you. All the best for your new role. So, guys, this is the key as a networker. The question, the killer question is, how can I help you? And then genuinely figure out a way how you can help them. If you are able to help somebody, they will never ever forget you. How many of you agree? Yeah. So you know what I told you, पहले मैंने आपको सिखाया कि आप अपने आप को कैसे इंट्रोड्यूस करो तो एक इम्पैक्ट रहेगा. लेकिन उसके बाद जब सामने वाला बोल रहा है, and if you are able to plug in this concept that how can I help you? These 5 amazing words can change the whole aspect. You just saw what happened to him. He completely changed his state. The state changes. And as a networker, this is the key. And then genuinely wait till the other person asks you what you do. Another pro tip of a networker. जब तक सामने वाला पूछता नहीं है कि आप करते क्या हो, बोलना नहीं है. Don't push your card. मैं ये करता हूं. If they have an interest, they will ask you. If they don't have, anyway card देके कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. Understand these. These are few basic things as a networker. If you can really pull these tips, whenever you're going out meeting people, be it here, be it outside, it can make a huge difference. So that is a powerful thing. Now, in case if you get an opportunity to talk about you, what do you talk? How do you make that impact? हमने पहले तो सिर्फ एक introduction दिया. But how do you make an impact is remember this one thing. Facts अगर आप अपने आप के बारे में बताते हो. जैसे right now Aditya said he's worked with Kalpataru for past 6 years. That were facts. But if Aditya would have said, just giving you here a help, a tip, he would have said, told me one story of something that happened at Kalpataru where he completely did something जिसकी वजह से कल्पतरु को बहुत फायदा हुआ या मैनेजमेंट को फायदा हुआ या some employee को फायदा हुआ या some labor को फायदा हुआ. If you would have told me that, I would have just got कि यार आदित्य amazing person, a rapport builds. And that means facts will only tell, stories will sell. So if you are able to tell a good story at that moment about you, I want you to right now think about one story which redefines you, which can be told under 1 minute. Do you have one? Okay. I'll pick up somebody else because I picked you last time also. Anybody else? One story which defines you. Open forum. इससे बेहतर opportunity नहीं है. Okay, fastest finger first. I'll see if I can take you. Okay, go ahead quickly. This is the last thing that I want to do. Go ahead. Ma'am, can you stand and can somebody run with a mic? I am good. Piche pucho.
So I was working in productivity that is gathered for past 2 years, and then I was working with few clients like Supreme Committee and all. There I got in touch with the company people, and I was able to build that rapport with them. That when I was shifting back to India, they wanted to continue working with me and they gave all their current business to my other company which I was shifting. So I think that.
She went to the company with business. Isn't that amazing? All those who are business owners, firstly, let's give her an applause. What's your name, ma'am? Aruni. Aruni, thank you. Any business owners in the room? Business owners? Business owners? Would you love to get one employee who comes with business? I mean, that's absolutely amazing. This is her powerful story. You know, this is something that redefines her. And people will remember her. Somebody who is valuable to the company. So if you are able to create such stories, I want you to go out and tell such stories whenever you do that. And whenever I am right now in the room, bina practice ke to chhodunga nahi. So go ahead quickly, everybody stand up. Everybody stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Find one partner. Find one partner. Okay. The practice is very simple. Can anybody tell me what are you going to ask that partner? You are going to ask the partner one thing about them, one story about them, and then at the end of it, you have to ask them the magic words. How can I help you? Okay, go ahead, do it. Go ahead, everybody, go ahead. Start. Tell one good story about you. I'm done. Yep. One story. You can talk to him. अब अपनी story बताओ, कोई interesting, powerful story. Go ahead, everybody, do that. Go ahead, tell. I can see that some of you are like enjoying, some of you are like watching others. ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? Guys, you have to talk. Hi. Hi, Sriyash.
Sir, I really like the way you are teaching us.
Thank you so much.
Sir, I want to know what role you are currently doing in company.
Oh, I'm a business coach. I help business owners grow their business. So I'm a business consultant. I will do that right now, not the position, but I do a workshop called Storytelling, the art of selling through storytelling. If you happen to attend that, I'll teach you exactly how to tell better stories and my stories. Pakka. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Partner switch. अभी आप दूसरा पार्टनर अपनी स्टोरी बताएगा. Go ahead. Start talking. Wow. I am loving the stories that are flowing in the room. Okay, stop. Okay, everybody, give your partner a high five and tell them you were awesome. But, ho gaya. I'm done. Okay, guys. Okay, ask your partner that powerful question. How can I help you? Go ahead, look into their eyes and ask them that question. Go ahead, everybody, do that. It takes courage to do that. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Super duper. Okay, I want everybody to please put your hands together for yourself for doing this activity. Loud applause. Keep clapping. Everybody. Okay, take your seats. Wow. I can just feel the energy. Nobody's sitting. Okay, guys, you can take a seat. Okay, sir. Amit, can you request them to take a seat? Take a seat. Shh. Everybody, calm down. Hey guys, did you realize suddenly you started talking so much? Suddenly you started networking? आज के इवेंट से एक चीज यहां से एक्शन प्लान करके जाओ. Before in the next 30 minutes, make sure you meet 10 new people and create a connection before you go to sleep tonight with at least 10 new people. Can you do that? 10 strangers today? How many of you are going to do it? Give your partner a high five and tell them, I will do it. Give them one more high five and tell them, I am watching you. Okay guys, thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you on some of the other platform. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this enthusiastic session. It is now time to begin the final session of this memorable day, where memories, milestones, and moments come together.
We invite Dr. Vandana Bhav, sir, Head Alumni Relations, to propose a vote of thanks.
Good evening all. Distinguished Chief Guest Dr. Mangesh Korgaonkar sir, esteemed Director General Dr. Anil Kashyap sir, Visionary Vice Chancellor Dr. Sushma Kulkarni madam, respected panelists, moderators, deans, faculty members, dedicated organizing committee, diligent staff, energetic student volunteers, and our fantastic support teams, a heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you for gracing this event and making this a success. We are deeply grateful to our chief guest, Dr. Mangesh Korgaonkar sir, for his inspiring insights. Thank you, Director General Dr. Anil Kashyap and Vice Chancellor Dr. Sushma Kulkarni, for your unwavering support and leadership. Our sincere appreciation to our expert panelists, moderators for engaging discussions, and to our deans and faculty members for their continued dedication. The seamless execution of this event is thanks to tireless efforts of our organizing committee, dedicated IT staff and administrative staff, enthusiastic student council and placement committees. Your hard work is truly appreciated. A special thank you to Dean Career Service, International Affairs and Alumni Relations, Dr. Jonathan Koner, for his dedicated support in fostering our alumni community. Mr. Arshad Sheikh, your commitment to alumni network is invaluable. We are immensely grateful for your commitment to fostering this global network. Thank you to our caterers, decorators, and housekeeping for ensuring a wonderful experience. And finally, a heartfelt thank you to our incredible alumni. Your presence here today, having traveled from various corners of India and across globe, representing a rich tapestry of batches and programs, is the very heart and soul of this global alumni meet. Your enduring connection to Nicmar is a source of immense pride. Thank you, alumni, for making this global meet a resounding success. We cherish your continued engagement and look forward for a bright future together. We hope you leave here today feeling reconnected, inspired, and proud alumnus of Nicmar. Thank you all once again. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm words of appreciation and encouragement.
We now request our esteemed dignitaries and our dear alumni to kindly proceed for a high tea at the auditorium lobby. After the high tea, we have a small stroll in the campus and join us for a group activity at the flag post at 6:30 p.m. A light-hearted way to unwind and bond before the evening winds. Thank you, dear alumni. Thank you all.
Just before you all go, this is to inform that on 17th of May, there will be an event in Bangalore. So whoever is in Bangalore, please plan to join the event. Similar thing in Bangalore on 17th of May. Thank you.
Hello.
students and all volunteers take your high tea in the MDI's cafeteria, mess. Okay? Alumni and all other guests join with the lobby part. Now. At 6:30, all alumni should gather to the first floor, top of this auditorium. There will be some different type of game. 6:30, first floor, top of this auditorium. Okay?